What is up, large data bankers? Happy Friday. It's another dreary Friday. I feel like almost every one of my streams lately has been a dreary Friday. It's been raining for the last 3 days. I don't know if you remember, but maybe like a month ago, I talked a little bit about how I have a leak in my bathroom. You guys remember that? You may or may not remember that. My landlord came by to fix it. He brought some guys. He got a ladder. He climbed up onto the roof. He put some tar kind of stuff onto the roof, you know, in hopes of fixing the leak. What's up, Scythe? And let me tell you what happened. In 2 days after he did that, it started to rain again, and then the leak started again. So what do you think? What do you think? Do you think the tar worked? I think the tar did not work. I think that my landlord has no clue. My landlord runs a construction sort of company, so you'd think he sort of knows what's up, but I don't think he knows what's up. It didn't work. Like 2 days ago, I go into the bathroom, or was it yesterday? It was yesterday. I go into the bathroom. I hear a drip, 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 the steady drip, drip, drip of a leak. The leak is in the best possible spot it could be. It's sort of like right above the bathtub. I made a little funnel again, made out of tinfoil. I stuck it to the wall. The water falls onto the tinfoil. It shoots down from the tinfoil onto another piece of tinfoil, which redirects it into the bathtub. But it's not a good situation. You don't want to be living in a place with a leaky ceiling. It's kind of like just sort of not the greatest situation, I would say, overall. But you know, we're living. It's all good. Today it looks like maybe it's going to clear up, stop raining a little bit. Now that's engineering, exactly. You got your duct tape, you got your twine, you got your tinfoil, and those are the 3 ingredients of an engineer. Something like that. Anyway, yeah, so that's kind of that in my life. You know, the leaking situation sort of sucks. I almost did this thing again where I got my cell phone to broadcast to OBS so I could show you the little tinfoil thing, but I couldn't figure it out in time. So I didn't do it. But anyway, you know, that's all good. I think I told you some stories about my neighbors. I want to tell you another quick story about my neighbors. So I don't know if I ever told you guys the story about when they brought this tiny house into their driveway that, you know, sort of abuts the house that I live in. They backed in this massive tiny house that was like basically 2 stories tall. I look out my window and there it is. It's sort of like, it's like a moving house that's as tall as the floor that I live on. Anyway, so that happened a long time ago. It went away in the meantime. But yesterday, what do? They bring in another tiny house. It's a little shorter. It's actually pretty cool looking. It's like a van with solar panels on top. So it's like, I'm impressed, I guess. But it's just kind of funny, what do they do, these neighbors? It's interesting. They live interesting lives. They do interesting things. I don't exactly get it, but that's basically what's up in my life right now. And today I'm pretty excited to be continuing working on this create table as of system time thing that we worked on last time. Basically the deal with that is that we talked about this a little bit. Maybe you remember, maybe you don't. The idea is that in CockroachDB, you can create, and many SQL systems let you do this. You can make a new table based on the results of a query. So the idea is that if you want to make a view on something that's materialized, I guess, I don't know, it's not exactly the same as a materialized view. It's sort of like, let's say you want to just make a fresh table, right? Without having to pull a bunch of data from your database into the client and doing a bunch of inserts, right? It's sort of like without something like this, you would sort of have to pull out and push back in. Something like that. Yo, what's up, Mr. Wormhole? What is up? I was just talking about that. We are working again on create table as of system time. We're trying to fix a little bit of a bug or a little bit of a not finished situation that we had from last time. Anyway, the purpose of this, it's a bulk operation. You don't want to have to take it out of the system back into the system, right? So we've supported this for quite a while. The way it works is pretty cool. It runs the query that you ask it to. I'll pull up a quick demo just to get back into the demo mindset. You know what I mean? Quick demo. We create a table. Let's actually make two tables just for the fun of it, just to show that you can do anything really with this. We'll have a table A and B. We'll insert into A values 1. We'll insert into B values 1 and B values 2 or something like that. And so then if we were to say as a query, select star from A join B on A.A equals B.B, we get just the single row. We don't get the 2 because that doesn't satisfy the join, right? So, I mean, the point is that this is just a join query that you can do. But if you wanted to make a table out of this, you can in fact do so. You can say create table C as select star from A join B on A.A equals B.B. And so you can sort of put anything you want into this as thing. I think it's pretty cool. It's a pretty neat feature. And it's implemented under the hood in even a cooler way. The way that it works under the hood is that it's not just a thing that sort of runs the query in batches or something like that, inserts these batches into the table one by one. Is that a Postgres or MySQL thing or both? I don't know. I don't actually know whether it's Postgres or MySQL or both. I imagine that many databases have this feature, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, so anyway, the way that it works under the hood, though, is that it actually uses the bulk IO magic that we have to do fast imports and fast restores. So it's actually going to create SS tables from the results of this query and insert them into the database in a very efficient way. So it's sophisticated stuff. It looks like normal SQL, but the way it works, very, very efficient, very quick, allows you to do these bulk operations without having to do it as badly as you would if you had to bring the data all the way into the client, push it back into the server using batched inserts, which is like the typical thing that you'd think of here. So yeah, I mean, it's a cool feature. So there's a bit of a problem with it, which is that the problem is that if you were to run this statement while there was a lot of concurrent access or load on these tables A and B, let's say these tables A and B are not just, tables with 1 or 2 rows, but really big tables maybe. And let's say they're getting a ton of insert traffic. Like maybe it's the sort of the main table in your database. You're constantly updating. Maybe it's, I don't know, ledger entries or something like that, or page views or something kind of that ends up really being the core of your workload. So if you have something like that and you're trying to run a create table as on that table at the same time, you're going to get a lot of contention. And contention is all about what happens when there's conflicting transactions in the database. You can imagine that if you wanted to sum up a giant table full of numbers and you were also inserting into the table a bunch of numbers at the same time, it would be sort of tricky to resolve. Like, what are the timelines of those operations? Does the sum happen before or after or interleaved within these inserts? And since Cockroach is a serializable database, you can't really have inconsistent results. That's not something that we provide. So there has to be like a real ordering of these operations, which means that things can get slow, things can restart, and you can run into problems. Things can sort of block each other. And so we do provide this pretty neat feature that allows you to circumvent this stuff called as of system time queries. So if I just did this select star without the create table as, and I added this clause as of system time at the end, and also a timestamp. So let's maybe say minus 10 seconds like this. What this actually is going to do is it's going to get the data from these tables as it was 10 seconds ago. So I can demonstrate that this is true. If I were to insert, so what do I have in there? In B, I've got 1 and 2. In A, I've got just 1. So if I insert into B the value 2 so that the join will select both of these rows, and then I run, whoops, what did I do? I meant A, insert into A values 2, so the join will be satisfied. If I do this and then run that join again with the as of system time qualifier, it's not going to show this new value until this insert was 10 seconds in the past. So I'll show you it. I'll be quick about it. I'll do the insert. I'll run this query. It only has 1 and 1 because it hasn't been 10 seconds since I did the insert. Now, if I wait a little bit and chat and then run this thing in again in a second, you'll see that the 2 was included since the insert's old. Has it been 10 seconds? Okay, so it's been 10 seconds. I run this again, and now the 2 is included. Cool feature. The reason that this can work at all is that in Cockroach, we have this MVCC system underlying the database, which is that every value has a timestamp associated with it. That's how our concurrency works using MVCC, multi-version concurrency control. And so given these timestamps, you can ask for the data as it was at a particular time. So that's how this works. Why does this matter is that if I were to run this query during a workload that was running on A and B, so like we were talking about before, a heavy workload, a lot of inserts, a lot of updates, a lot of deletes, whatever. If I didn't include this as of system time thing, you're going to have the contention. If I do include as of system time, I can ask for an older snapshot of the data,
the computer's hooked into over
but it's not going to have any contention on the database, which is huge. So this is going to be really, really important if you're trying to do concurrent analytics on a table that you're also updating or deleting or inserting into a lot. Hey, Shady Bites, thank you for the follow. Okay, so how does this relate to the create table thing though, right? This was the project I started last time. And I was telling you about how it's efficient, bulk inserts, the thing is that if I run create table as with an as of system time thing, until this patch that I've been working on, this doesn't actually work. We didn't support this. And I can't remember if I've recompiled my binary since I was working on this last time. So it might sort of claim to work, in which case I claim innocence. But I guess actually, let me just show you a Cockroach v20.1.5 binary here so you can see what it looks like. Whoops, for real. On an actual binary that isn't in development, I'll make another quick table. I'll say create table B as select star from A as of system time minus 10 seconds. So this is going to return an error, and that's sort of the error we were working on removing last time. As of system time must be provided on a top level statement. And the reason for this is that we just didn't implement it. We hadn't figured out how to make all this stuff work because it's kind of tricky, as we'll probably see in a second. What I did last time is I wrote up this little patch, and I have it here in case you feel like following along. Oh, and thanks, Mr. Wormhole, for those compliments. I really appreciate it. The interleave tables video. Yeah, I really want to get back into making little explainer videos. It takes effort to sort of plan them, so I haven't done it. But I appreciate that you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. But if you do want to follow along with this whole thing, you can check out this PR. This is what I've been sort of working on. You can see I had a little conversation with my colleague here. And there's a bit of a problem. So I'm going to talk about the problem, and then hopefully today we can try our best to resolve the problem. I think what we'll do first is probably run cockroach demo again. I think that this is probably, well, let's just like rebuild, I guess. Let's just do this so that we can have an up-to-date binary. And while this is going, I can chat a little bit about what went wrong last time. So basically, oops, what happened is that, so the way that the thing that I implemented works under the hood is that it takes this timestamp, this X timestamp, and it gives it not to the whole transaction, which wouldn't really work. The reason that we can't really give that timestamp to the entire transaction is that if you imagine like what we have to do under the hood when we make a table is that we have to actually like insert some data about the table. We call that a table descriptor. And the table descriptor describes what the table columns are, what its schema is, permissions, all sorts of stuff like that. Like it sort of just defines the table without having the data of the table in there, if that makes sense. So we have to insert some data like that to teach the database about the table that you just created. The thing is that if we try to insert that data as of system time something, that like isn't really an operation that makes sense, more or less. It doesn't really make sense to insert a descriptor at an old timestamp. That sort of has to be done at the present timestamp. At the same time, we really want this part of the query, the select, to occur as of the system time that we specified. So the PR was all about taking this transaction timestamp or this user specified X timestamp and pushing it just into this part, which we call the backfill. CA Black, can system time be set to 0 seconds ago? I think it can. It might just do nothing. That's a good question. That is an excellent question. It might either, my guess is that it either does nothing or it just does the same thing as like an ordinary transaction would do, but let's try it out. So we'll say create table A and insert into A values 1, and then we'll say select star from A as of system time minus 0 seconds. It says as of system time, interval value too small, absolute value must be greater than or equal to 1 microsecond. So there you go. I guess you can't do it. I guess this just doesn't make that much sense. And what would happen if you say into the future? Can I ask for data into the future? The answer is no. Cannot specify timestamp in the future. And then it gives sort of a funny error. This is kind of an ugly looking error, isn't it? Sort of pointless. Anyway, it doesn't matter too much. What's happening here? Oh, you know, I think I need to kill this thing. It's kind of an annoying beeping outside. Do you guys hear that beeping? I don't know what that is. Pretty annoying though. Feels like somebody's backing up their truck right outside my window. Now you know why I complain about the neighbors. Sorry for the beeping. I don't know. I think that's going to be a hard one to filter out. Sounds like a countdown. What's up, Spooky Coder? Spooky Coder, this is your month. This is like your time to shine. We're getting to your time, you know? Right. So the thing that kind of went wrong with this PR that we're going to try to fix today is that so we made it so that the user defined timestamp was specified just for this part. So the selection that actually runs to get the data that we're going to insert into the table. The kind of problem is that if you think about what that might mean is that if somebody changed the definition of any of the tables within this statement, it just so happens that like we sort of have to retrieve the shape of those tables. So in other words, they're table descriptors, like I was saying, sort of the schema of these tables. We have to retrieve those tables in order to plan the query at all. And since I was saying earlier, we didn't set the sort of main transaction timestamp for the query, it kind of means that when we plan this, we're actually planning this part of the query as of the current time, but we're running it as of an old time. And that gets us into really bad trouble, because it means that if somebody changes the table in between the as of system time that we specify and the current time when we actually run the create table, we'll get all sorts of problems. And as it turns out, we can in fact crash the database if we do something tricky like adding columns to the table, or I don't know, probably other things besides adding columns, but that was the example that I tested. So what I think I'll do first is re-demonstrate that this is a crashing problem. And then I'm going to try to work on how we can make it so that the planning phase uses the as of system time timestamp, but the running phase, there's sort of like 3 phases. It's kind of a pain. It's like we got the planning timestamp, which we want X. We want like the running time of the backfill, which we also want X. But then you have the inserting of the new table descriptor, which is what we want as the current timestamp. Void Rose, I did not create Cockroach TV single-handedly, but I do work on it as my job. His final form on Halloween when he transforms into a 10x programmer. Yeah, Faust. Totally. So that's kind of the plan. I think the first thing that I'll do, this is almost done, is I'll re-demonstrate this crash so that we can all have fun exploding the database, and then we can get back to actually trying to fix it. Should be good. I'm pretty psyched. Did you guys do anything good this week? Anything exciting happen to you besides anxiety into the future? I feel like that's if I think about like how my week goes, it's like, what was I anxious about this week? Comes up quite a bunch. Was I one of the early engineers? I started working on Cockroach in 2016. Okay, so if I run this now, let's try to construct an example that explodes here. So we're gonna say, we'll say create table A int again. We'll insert into A values 1. Then I'm gonna alter table A, add column B int. Is this right? Except the thing is that I need to know the timestamp in here. So let's try this again. Yo, what's up, Bilal? How's it going? You passed your first Cockroach interview, there's hope. That's awesome. Faust, I'm proud of you. Good work. Mr. Wormhole says, working on my backend for multi-language quiz platform. That is super cool. Multi-language, are we talking like human languages or computer languages? Getting mad at dependencies of services. Sounds like programming. Okay, so we're gonna make a new table again. We're gonna get the current timestamp. And then we're gonna say alter table A, add column B int. And then we're gonna try to do this. I think this might work actually still because I didn't insert any data, but we'll see. So I'll say create table B as select star from A as of system time. And then I think I can actually paste in this absolute time, and hopefully we'll see a crash explosion. No, we didn't. I think it's because we didn't have any data. So let's try this one more time. We'll do this. We'll insert into A values 1. We'll select the timestamp. Then we're going to alter table A, add column B int. And then finally we'll do the create table B as of system time. Or wait, create table B as select star from A as of system time, and then specify this timestamp in the past. Hopefully this will explode. Okay, that is exciting. Very exciting. Hey, Void Rose, thank you for that follow. I'm not sure why it didn't make a little noise. Usually I need to refresh this alert box at least once per stream. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. You're anxiously waiting for Generic's proposal in Go. Isn't that, the proposal's basically done at this point, isn't it? Could be good if we had something like auto wired and Spring Boot. Isn't that part of, Oh, you're talking about in Go. I see. That would be kind of neat. You're talking about dependency injection frameworks in Go. I feel like that's like a pretty contentious topic. I think those dependency injection frameworks tend to be a little bit like you either love them or you hate them, but I'm not exactly sure. So what's this crash about exactly? I think what it's saying, and I didn't exactly dive in. I mean, I basically know what's happening here, so I don't think we need to go source diving to figure it out. But basically, since we did this create table as of the system time that came before when we added this column, basically I think that the plan that we made for this create table as expects that the table at this timestamp contains two columns, A, which is the original column, and B, which is the column that we added. Problem is, at the time that we are selecting it at, of course, it only contains one column. So I think what we need to do is convince that at plan time for this thing, so like we're gonna plan this little subquery thing. I think we need to make sure that the planning of this thing happens as of this time that we specify. So that's what we're gonna work on. We'll see how it goes. Is CockroachDB better than Postgres or MySQL? It's a pretty different database, I guess I would say. It's really good if you want to scale out your database. Postgres and MySQL, to scale them out, you need to jump through a bunch of hoops, like doing manual sharding, using external tools, doing leader-follower replication, which like a bunch of that stuff exists, but it all has its caveats. And so CockroachDB is designed to be a distributed SQL database that seamlessly scales without you having to do the manual sharding, manual replication, all these decisions that you have to do with a database like Postgres or MySQL. The idea is that Cockroach does all that stuff automatically. You have to compare it with the Aurora or SkySQL. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that those are more comparable things. Of course, those things also a bit different because they don't really let you have a multi-region database. Whereas Cockroach is designed to let you do that. So CA Black has a long question. Lifecycle of a table. Table created, lives for a while, has a data life. Drop column B from table as a timestamp. Add a new column at A plus N days. If you select as of system time from the table, then the data type for column B would depend on if the time was before the switch or after. Yes, it definitely would. We can even do that just as an example here. So I can say create table A int, B int, insert into A values 1, 2. We'll get our timestamp here. Then I'm gonna drop the table B, or the column B, alter table A, drop column B. Set SQL safe update equals false. We like to do this to prevent mistakes. So we'll drop the column B, then we're gonna add a new column, alter table A, add column B, string default foo. And then we get to say select star from A now. So here's 1 and foo. And then if I say as of system time of before, select star from A as of system time, and then put this whole thing, then we get integers. So that can be an issue for SQL clients that expect the column to be int and suddenly becomes a string. That's definitely true, CA Black. You have to always be careful about data types and stuff like that changing. But the truth is that that's going to be true in pretty much any database. If you're going to change the column type of a column in your table, or add new columns to your table, or remove columns from your table, or in general modify the schema of your table, you pretty much always have to make sure that your application is going to be aware of these changes, or else you could really run into bad trouble. As a common example, I think if you ever use a select star in your application, that's like kind of an anti-pattern, because you can imagine that if you want to keep your application online while also migrating the schema of your database, and you add a column to that table, then all of a sudden that select star is going to get extra columns, and your application is going to get confused. So I think a good recommendation is to always never use select star, and always list explicitly the columns that you're looking for. That's going to prevent issues like that. Also, like, you probably don't really want to get into situations where you have to change the column type online. Safe things are always like adding columns, but removing columns and changing column types, those are kind of unsafe, and you have to be pretty careful when you're doing that in an application. So I guess those are my recommendations for this stuff. Like this stuff is possible, but it's like realistically, many of these things aren't really going to happen in an online application, I would say. Okay, so getting back to the issue. Yes, you have to design your DB right from day one or you die. I mean, I think that might be a little bit hyperbolic there, root guy, but there is some truth to it. You do have to be careful. You have to think about how your schema is going to evolve, or else you can definitely paint yourself into a corner with SQL or really with any kind of database. It's hard. It's tricky. You got to practice. Hey, Kina, how's it going? So doesn't CockroachDB allow for schema changes while being online? It definitely does, which is a really great feature of Cockroach. It allows you to do these long-running schema changes, like create index, adding columns to, or really any schema change to a table without locking the table. But this is what I was sort of saying, like, you know, if you do this without having knowledge of some of these kinds of operations in your application, it's not like the database will have trouble. It's that your application will have trouble. For example, if you remove a column from your table and you haven't updated your application to not care about that column, something's going to get very unhappy. CA Black, my point is it's a cool feature, but it seems like it may have issues with implementation. Yeah, so I think CA Black, the real coolness of the feature isn't about allowing to skip between, like, before and after schema changes. It's really just about being able to see a table with a static schema at different timestamps. I think the fact that it works with schema changes is important for correctness. It's more about like, yeah, whether you can, anyway, you sort of get it. Then the question is, because how do you do it right? Absolutely. It's tricky. Meta question, how do you add tags to your stream before starting it? If you go to like the stream manager and then click edit stream info, that's the way to add tags to your stream. Great to know the reasonings behind the answers. Yeah, absolutely. I think online schema changes is really just about, can you create indexes? Can you add columns to your table without locking the table? I think that's basically what it comes down to. You can do a lot more, but you have to be careful with it if you do it. Okay, so let us try to make this happen, right? And what I want to make happen is to see if it's possible to build the plan for this query at a system time that is distinct from the timestamp at which the transaction will do its writes, in a sense. I don't know. I don't know how easy this is going to be. It may be sort of tricky. So this piece of code here, the con executor, this is kind of like the head of the chain, if you will. This is sort of the big daddy, you know, the orchestrator of the entire SQL system. When you get a query and it comes into the state machine of pgwire, which is the wire protocol, eventually it's going to funnel into this big thing, which is like a giant machine that plans queries and runs them and returns the results back. What's the best way to learn the internals of a database? Should you just jump right into the code? I think that's a good way of doing it, maybe. Databases can be pretty complicated, so you sort of need an entry point. That's possibly what you really need. It depends on how much you know about databases, whether you're starting from scratch, what you want to be learning about. I think one thing that I really like working on databases, one reason that I really like working on databases is that they sort of contain a lot of different disciplines all at once. CockroachDB is cool because it's a distributed system. It's a language. It has storage, which interacts with the disk. It has concurrency control primitives. It sort of has like a little compiler in it, which is the thing that runs SQL and stuff like that. I don't know. There's a lot of different disciplines. So you sort of have to pick, like, what do you care about? What are you interested in? And try to find, a way to learn about that, if that makes sense. You should not need to learn the internals. Yes, you're 100% right, CA Black. You shouldn't need to learn the internals. I think that it's fun to learn the internals. And that's one reason that I like to do this stream, because I think it's super fun to learn about the way that databases work on the inside. And I want to, if other people are interested in that, I want to make it possible for them to learn about that themselves. I think Cockroach is it's a pretty good place to start. You did Cockroach University and you got through it with some knowledge of SQL, but you learned a ton about Cockroach DB specifically, and it helps you understand more. That is awesome. I think that's a pretty good reason to be doing something like that, right? I like that quite a bit. All right. So the reason that I wanted to look at the Con Executor now, Andy Pavlo's CMU DB course is really good. 100%. You should 1,000,000% watch Andy Pavlo's lectures. Inside of this Con Executor, I wanted to show you a couple of the like sort of main phases that run. Who wants to go there? Just think of it as, yeah. Do you need to be good at theoretical CS stuff? I think like depending on the part of the database, that will help you, but not every part of the database you need to understand theoretical CS to work on. A really good example of a way to get started with databases is looking at implementations of their scalar functions. So that a scalar function in a database is a thing that you can do to other scalar values like strings or integers. So for example, you can add two numbers together. This is like a whole language in and of itself, forgetting the relational part, but you can do all sorts of cool stuff. You can, run functions, you can add things, you can divide things, you can do arithmetic, you can do counts. You know, there's a whole like non-relational programming language embedded within SQL. I think it's a really easy way to start to look at the way that we've implemented some of these built-in functions. As an example, there's a giant file in this code base called builtins.go that has implementations of many of these things. And you can see that once you look inside, it turns out that to work on a database, it partially is about just any other kind of programming. You know, you can write a function that then the database can use. Users of the database can use it from the database, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm just saying database over and over again a little bit, but like, I think you kind of get what I'm saying, right? It's like you can implement part of this language by writing ordinary Go code, which I think is pretty cool. It's a good way to see, I can actually change this giant program, recompile it, and then there's a way for me to test the things that I've done. SQLite is also a really good way to understand DB internals. I completely agree. SQLite is like a beautiful program. Glad that it exists.
Databanks.
Hey, Zlothy Key, is that how you pronounce that? Thank you for the follow. All right. Okay. So there's a function called dispatch to execution engine. That's really important. Let me actually show you quickly where we left off last time. There's this big sort of switch statement over here, which we run when we get a statement from the parser, which is to say, what is the kind of thing that I'm executing? This is saying I'm going to be executing a begin transaction statement. This is saying that I'm going to be executing a commit transaction statement. This says rollback. This says do a save point, release save point. So there's a bunch of these sort of top level ones. And then at some point, there's kind of like a main section because these are all sort of special cases, I guess. They're sort of non-ordinary SQL. If you fall through to the end of this big switch case, you're going to get to the like, I'm supposed to be executing an ordinary statement area. And I think that's what we should be looking at. And specifically, what we did last time is we looked at this is as of function that you can run on the planner. And that's the thing that checks whether or not we're running a statement with as of system time. So you can say, I mean, this doesn't make sense because we're not querying any data, but you can say anything as of system time, select 2 + 2 as of system time -1 second. Or can you not say that? Interesting. Maybe this is not a valid thing. Maybe if I said select 2 + 2 from A as of system time, that would work. Okay, so it turns out that you cannot do an ordinary scalar select that doesn't touch any data as of a system time, which is good because I think that that's just like pretty nonsensical for the most part. But if you do specify a statement source, which is like a data source thing, then you can do this as a system time thing. And what this is as of function does is it takes a statement. This tree.statement thing is like the way that we represent our AST or abstract syntax tree. It's a tree of these nodes that represent a grammatical SQL statement that somebody sends to you. So is as of, it traverses the statement and checks to see whether it has any of these as of system time qualifiers on it. So what we did last time is we added a case for create table. It used to be that the only real case that we supported a few, but the main one that we supported was this select. It sort of checked to see whether the from, oh, this is interesting. I think this explains my confusion about whether or not as of is allowed on a non-from statement. It looks like we actually store the as of as a clause on this from clause.
Into over 1,000
pretty interesting.
Throughout the world.
So I was saying abstract syntax tree. This is the AST node for a from clause that includes this as of thing inside of it. Hey, Childish Bambino, thanks for the follow. C Films, nice to see you again. So we added a case for create table. That was sort of the point. And we checked. We added also a slot in the create tables AST node for a, wait a minute, is that what we did? Sorry, that's not what we did. I think what we actually did is we allowed a, if we don't have an as, so I think what we did is we said create table, if we have an ordinary create table a int, you can't say as of system time here. This doesn't make any sense because again, we're not reading any data that could be sort of read in the past. But if we do have a source for the create table as select star from a, wait, what are the tables that we have already here? We've just got a. Guess we have to, this is not gonna work, but that's okay. Database went to play rugby last weekend. Hey, Brohanser, what's up? Nice to see you. Go, is Go my favorite language? I think that Go is a great language. I think it's probably my favorite language at this point in time, just because I work in it so much. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily like the best language, but yeah, I think it's a good one. How's that for a completely terrible non-answer? So if I do this as select star from a as of system time -1 second, the way that this is parsed, we sort of saw what happened here. Oh, it's because I specified the schema. In any case, the way that this is parsed is that this as of system time part, it gets sort of added onto the from clause. That's sort of where it's stored inside of the AST. And so if we go back to the AST that we were looking at earlier, which is this from clause guy, this is what I was showing you. It's got the as of clause here. This is where the as of clause is going to go, even if we're doing a create table as. So what we've got to do as a parser is sort of traverse down this AST from the create table. We go into the as clause. We search through the as clause for a select. We search through the select for a from. If the from has an as of clause, then we're like sort of good to go. And that's what this code is doing here. It does this sort of recursive traversal. And if we do find a timestamp, then we return, hey, we're good to go. And by the way, we're doing a special kind of timestamp, which is a backfill timestamp, which is sort of a thing I invented to try to come up with the fact that like this as of system time, it's really special. It's really about the backfill that we care about. So what I think I need to do is make it so that if we look at this thing as we do here, and we see that timestamp type is this backfill timestamp, which is the case that we're in here, we need to sort of propagate this timestamp a little bit further. We can't just store it in this new special field that we did. We also have to make it so that planning happens at this backfill timestamp. You know what I mean? Wouldn't requiring parentheses be an easier and more clear requirement for a user? You should take that up with, who invented the SQL language again? Who knows? Trivia question. Who knows? But I think you should take it up with that person. So if we continue down this little code path here, we're doing some stuff about, this is some new stuff. I think I was looking at this last time. I think this is about avoiding the Halloween problem, which we're sort of approaching Halloween in real time. I think it's like, is it tomorrow? Is Halloween tomorrow? Anyway, so the Halloween problem is something that happens that we avoid here with this configure stepping business. I think Kina42, in fact, was the person who made this stuff. So give him a round of applause if you're the audience and you like the Halloween problem. So we go past this stuff. We do some stuff with placeholder assignment. And eventually we get to this line, which is a little bit hidden. I sort of wish that this line was a little bit more like now actually execute the statement. How is this project qualitatively different from supporting multiple transaction timestamps inside the same statement? I think that it's not qualitatively different. It's sort of a simple special case of what you're talking about. I was thinking about how we would do multiple transaction timestamps inside the same statement, and I got overwhelmed with how difficult it probably will be to propagate the timestamps all throughout the system. It's almost like every optimizer node would need to potentially have its own timestamp, and I got a little bit scared of trying to make that work. So I decided to not do it and just do this sort of simple thing where we can have a top level field that's special and different. I mean, backfills are sort of special and different, right? They're not really things that occurred during the ordinary execution of a statement. So it felt fine to me to add a special case just for those backfills. You meant in the application of what the as of system time clause applies to? Yeah, I guess you're sort of right, but the truth is that, I don't know. You just found out that the planning needs to occur at the as of system timestamp. Doesn't that require the entire optcode and catalog to get a different transaction than the main timestamp? Yeah, or different timestamp than the main transaction. Yes, it absolutely does. And so what I was just going to do, and we'll see how it goes, is I was going to sort of do something very, very tricky, which is to swap out. This might just not work at all. This probably won't really work, will it? I was going to sneakily try to make the transaction timestamp for the planning portion a different timestamp than the transaction timestamp that's used for the rest of the statement. This might go completely horribly or break everything, but I just wanted to try it. Essentially, okay, so back to this sort of flow here. We run dispatch to execution engine. Need to be careful about the catalog cache? Maybe. Purge the cache before and after? I don't know, is that really required? Because we already support getting stuff at a system time from this cache, that people already deal with this, you know what I mean? So it feels like I don't necessarily have to worry about that, but I could be wrong. Once we go into dispatch to execution engine, there's sort of a couple of major things that happen. We make a plan. And again, back to our original problem statement, this is the thing that's happening at the wrong timestamp. So I'll just put a little note to do this stream. Try to execute this part at a different timestamp than the timestamp of the actual execution of the statement. The cache is bypassed if the entire transaction is marked as an as of system time transaction. That might be true. I think we'll just have to sort of do both of those things. What's up, M X ______? Welcome to the channel. Hey, MD Layer, how's it going? 10x program, then the 0.110? Yeah, I don't know. I think that the 10x programmer thing, that's kind of I don't think that it's in vogue anymore. I don't think we really believe in 10x programmers. I don't. So What are some tips on relational databases with many-to-many relationships? I think you'll have to be more specific than that. What kind of tips are you looking for? 2 to this stream. Yeah, well, that's what it's about. I think otherwise it's just hard to remember what we're doing, isn't it? Right. So we run this thing. Hopefully we'll be able to like sort of change the transaction timestamp after this or something like that. Not sure how that's going to work. We get down to the bottom. We do some more stuff. Get plan distribution. Eventually, we actually run the statement, which is this line here. This is almost like another thing where it's like, wouldn't it be nice to have like a big comment that says, dispatch the query to the execution engine. It's kind of what you want to see, rather than having the code sort of be intermingled with a bunch of other stuff that's just set up. But does it? Yeah. I think the truth is that if we try, one thing I don't understand is that like when we run this exec plan stuff, do we use the transaction at all or not? If we did, I think that's sort of troublesome, I want to say. Kind of curious. 10x programmers are the AI that's writing code. Did you guys see that like GPT-3 code writing thing where it like you sort of plug in what the React code that you want to write is and then it writes it for you or something like that? That's pretty insane. It doesn't make me that nervous though, honestly. GPT-3 is just a language model. It completes things based on the input that it's already got. I don't know if it would be too possible to replace a programmer just by doing completions like that. GPT-3 should try to write Perl. Would you have an occupations table and people separate table, or have people in separate occupations tables? I think, I'm not sure if I quite parse that. I think that it would make sense if you're trying to have a table of people and people have occupations. Yeah, it really does depend on some things. But I think it makes sense to have a separate occupations table that's pretty small, and you sort of link people to occupations like that. I guess you're saying that people could have multiple occupations? Is that sort of why you're saying many to many? I think some people like to use a join table for that. So having 3 tables, an occupations table, a people table, and an occupations people table. That's a pretty standard way of doing it, but it really does depend on sort of the use cases and the queries. Right, so I guess what I want to figure out now is like, to what extent do we actually use the transaction of the statement during planning? I think it probably is all about that sort of descriptor cache, isn't it? Because I don't know for sure. This is stuff that I really wish that I knew better. Whenever I stream, your productivity goes up by 10x. That seems super, I don't know if I believe you. The transaction is used for the descriptor cache and to pre-evaluate certain scalar functions. That second part kind of scares me, because I guess I could say for the descriptor cache, we could just avoid using the transaction altogether in that non-caching mode you're talking about. But then the second part, it seems a little bit difficult to get that all together right, doesn't it? I think that if we just avoided the cache, we wouldn't do that right. We would still be evaluating the now statement as the example at the current timestamp, which feels like it might sort of maybe violate expectations. I don't know. You currently have a separate actors, musicians, directors, and athlete tables. Oh, I see what you're saying. Interesting. Yeah, it might sort of depend on what your application wants to do. I think that's a very valid way of doing it. If you don't expect to be continually adding more and more of these occupations. It sounds like RDBMS course homework. Yeah, kind of it does, right? Actually, you know what we should do to try to figure this out? We should go back to where we do this is as of check and see exactly what happens in the cases where we set these transaction timestamps. Who pays attention to this stuff, especially with regards to these cached lookups and stuff like that. So there's three things we do. We set this as of timestamp. We set the transaction timestamp of this function. I think this one's all about those scalar evaluations that we were talking about in the chat. Pretty sure. Like who uses this thing? A lot of things in built-ins. And eval context things. Am I happy with Goland? Yeah, I'm very happy with Goland. I think the difference between Goland and VS Code is that it implements its own like model of the source code. I think VS Code generally delegates to a language server like Go PLS. And for me, it's slower by a lot. I think Goland's quite snappy about like things like find usages and stuff like that. It's very quick. Language servers tend to be a little slower. I think they're always getting better, but you know, your mileage may vary for sure. Kina has an idea. Kina often has an idea. Make a transaction object separate from the main one and inject it into the planner during planning of the create source. That's an interesting idea. It's unclear if that's really valid though, to me. If you have a completely separate transaction, what happens if your second transaction restarts or something like that? I don't know. It feels like it would get super confusing, but maybe that's fine. Don't exactly know. I also am a little bit scared to do that because pretty sure that, I guess I don't know for sure, but it sort of seems like this transaction object is it just, It's sort of this thing. This transaction state object is the thing that really contains our like true main transaction. So I guess what you're suggesting is that we could swap out this guy for somebody else. Transaction, as of system time, transactions cannot restart. Ooh, that's a pretty cool idea. The DistSQL table readers for the source plan, they'll need as of system time client transaction objects to read the data. We do that part right already. The data bank's too big. Because we only really allow this in the backfill mode. And in backfill mode, we plan a completely fresh transaction that's at the right time, I'm pretty sure. Hey, Geronimo, thanks for the follow. What if someone has two occupations? Yeah, then I think you're gonna need to have that join table like I suggested. So you'd have like a big names table, you'd have a big occupations table, and you'd have a names _ occupations table that allows you to join the two things together. That'd be my recommendation, I think. So let's just like make a super hacky version of this idea to see what happens. How about that? At this moment, I think what we could try to do, do some shapes, enjoy it. That's such a fun game. I think what we could try to do here is, wait, where were we? I think what we want to do here is probably make like a new function that allows you to temporarily change the transaction here. I don't know. This is like a little hacky. Let's just try it. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it completely is terrible one way or the other. So we'll say How could we say this? It's sort of like set historical timestamp and restore historical timestamp. What if we took this thing? What if we changed set historical timestamp to and gave you back a closure that allowed you to restore its original state? We could try that. Could I just add a second occupations column to each different occupations table? You could, but I think that would get extremely confusing. You're going to run into you're going to be sad if you do that, would be my guess. Because think about it. Every time that you add a new occupations table, you'll need to add the second occupations column. And furthermore, what if somebody has 3 occupation C films? Then you don't want to go adding a third occupations column to every occupation table either. That seems like a recipe for extreme sadness. So we could return a closure. I don't know. Let's just try this. I feel like it might be a little gross, but we're gonna return a function that returns nothing. And let's actually give this thing a name just so people can sort of understand what it does in a self-documenting way. Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if this is really gonna work. Let's just try it. Okay, so we're gonna return a function that say original. Can I unset a fixed timestamp or not really? Maybe not. What does this do under the hood? Oh, it does all sorts of complicated stuff. I guess we sort of do want to make a fresh transaction and just... in that case, I think we'll probably make a new function here. TXN state. We'll say like set transaction. And this is going to give... I don't know if I really like this. Where do we set this original transaction up, by the way? Oh, we set it up. I don't know. Let's just sort of play with this. We'll see. It gives me the willies. So we'll just take in a, or is it kv.txn? Do you need to track more than 2 occupations somebody has? It really depends on what you want to be doing in your application. So this is going to return my restore old TXN func. Or should this just return the old TXN? How about that? Set transaction sets the transaction, the KV transaction that's currently being used. It returns the KV transaction that we were using before, something like that. I don't know. So we're gonna lock our mutex. We're gonna do this whole dance. We're gonna say ts.mu.txn is equal to txn. We're gonna return, wait a minute, we need to capture this thing. Then we're gonna return old txn. We're gonna undo this change here. And then back in our con executor, we can try to use this thing. right before planning. That's the idea. So we're going to say ex.state dot set transaction to a new transaction. If, okay, we need to do this only in a certain case. So we'll say if ex dot, where were we storing that thing again? Where were we storing our special timestamp thing? Can't remember what file that was in. Semi-context. Feels a little weird. Feels like we're at kind of the wrong level. But anyway, I don't think it matters. We can say planner dot semi-context dot as of timestamp for backfill. If this thing is not equal to nil, then we want to var txn kv.txn. We say txn is equal to ex. Oh, I guess we can call this like original txn. So we also, I think now we need to make a new txn. I'm not sure about this with stepping enabled business and whether we need that or an ordinary one. It looks, I think the other time that we did this, we used the with stepping business. So I kind of think that we have to do it that way. Hey, Liberte Hunden. Thank you for the follow. Oh wait, or is that only in some retry case? Ananta Codes. What is a cloud native database, which CockroachDB claims to be? The idea of a cloud native anything, I think it's a little bit of a buzzword sort of thing, but the idea of the term is it's trying to say that the thing that it's talking about, so in this case, the database, is sort of usable by default with cloud products. Meaning, like, let's say you want to do all of your deployment of your software in AWS or GCP, and you're using all of their special primitives, like, I don't know, EC2 instances and Google Cloud Functions, or, you know, any of these sort of cloud functions that are done for you, not in your own data center. I think the idea of cloud native is that that thing works seamlessly, if possible, with the rest of the stuff in your infrastructure. I think another place that people use the word cloud native is when they're talking about Kubernetes. I think cloud native often means like, does this thing really work with Kubernetes well? Yeah, I don't know. So does that help? Ananta Codes, I think that's a little bit of a vague answer, but I think, to be honest, the phrase cloud native is also fairly vague to begin with. Cloud native equals anything you want it to mean. Cool explanation for a beginner. A distributed database, when is cloud native? Are you saying when is what would make a distributed database cloud native? I think my answer to that question is basically the same one as before. Is it a database that you can use seamlessly with your other cloud infrastructure? Easy to scale horizontally? Yeah, that could be cloud native. That's a good way of saying it. All right. So when we make a fresh transaction, it kind of looks like this is all we do. We just kind of do it. We give it the context, we give it the database, we give it the node ID. Cloud equals salesman slash hype speak. Okay, so we're gonna pass in all of this stuff. We're gonna pass in our context. We need to pass in our database, which I think probably the planner might have. Where do we get a DB from? Does that? Where do we get this DB from exactly? Here it is. And then we need our node ID, which I think is also on the same object, the so-called transition context. I don't understand why it's called that, but that's all right. For disk needs of CockroachDB, any specific suggestions? SSDs. Got to run your databases with SSDs, especially ones that that are sort of LSM tree based. I think LSMs and SSDs go together better than spinning disks and LSMs. That being said, I think that every database, including B-tree databases, would prefer to live on an SSD these days. SSDs are the future. So we're going to make this new transaction. So we're going to say historical TXN is equal to this thing. We're going to set this at the historical TXN. We're going to set our original TXN. We did that already. Then we're going to say historical TXN dot, no, then we're going to say ex.state.set historical timestamp to our planner.sema context.as of system time for backfill. Right? Does that not work? Need to pass in the context as well. What's wrong with this? This needs to be dereferenced. Is LSM log structured merge tree? It is. The cache it. Very good. Good decryption of an acronym. Example, Kubernetes and Docker hate state, so run CRDB in a container and mount in an external disk. If you want to do it in Kubernetes, we like to use these stateful set things. Honestly, I'm not a Kubernetes expert. That's one thing I'd really like to learn more about is Kubernetes. I do think that we have a bunch of things called Helm charts, which I'm also not exactly sure what those are, but I think Helm charts are ways to launch a particular piece of software into Kubernetes maybe. So maybe it would give you an example of how to do it. If you Google like CockroachDB Helm or CockroachDB Kubernetes, I think it'll give you some good instructions on that stuff. What do we use mechanical disk for these days anyway? Archival warm backups? It's a good question. I mean, I guess they're cheaper. So maybe you're right. Yeah, it's all about that archival or warm backup stuff. You're an Elixir dev and you tried Cockroach, but there are things which are unsupported in the current state. Tell me more about that, Waylog. I'm interested for sure. Because I've been working with the Elixir people for like several years on trying to get the, what is it called? What do they call that? Their ORM. I can't remember the name of it now, but we've been working on trying to get that Elixir ORM to work with CockroachDB for like a really long time. It's surprisingly tricky. I think we've run into several problems with it. You can look on our Ecto. Yeah, exactly. You can look on our GitHub for like things like that. But tell me, I would really appreciate it if you were to comment on those GitHub issues with the problems that you're running into still, because we do care about it. It's sometimes a bit hard to like get enough collaboration between people who care to like get it all sort of over the finish line. Persistent volumes for storage in Kubernetes. Yeah, that sounds right. PVs. People like to talk about those PVs. Okay, so we're gonna set our historical timestamp. I think this will like do the thing. We're gonna run our plan. We're gonna make our plan. And then I think we're gonna try to do this sneaky thing, which is to if original TXN is not equal to nil, then we're going to try to swap it back. I don't know. Is this going to break everything? Very possibly. ex.state.set transaction to original TXN. I feel like this is jank. I feel like this is super jank. But let's build it and see how janky it truly is. It will be fun. Performance for persistent volumes seems like they are a likely issue for any database in a container. They are network disk. I don't know. I think like in general, the way that people deploy this thing in the cloud is, yeah, exactly. You can hook up a local SSD to the persistent volume, I think. Does that make any sense? Or does that not make sense? I mean, if you think about it, like, the idea really is that you need to make it so that if you kill your pod that's running Cockroach and it has a local SSD, like, it's pretty important that the data from that SSD would show up on this equivalent pod if it shuts down and starts up again. Guys, I don't know what I'm talking about. I should really learn about how this stuff works, because I feel like this is just a big weak spot in my knowledge. Yeah, exactly. 5 weird. You're totally right. That's what stateful sets are for. Yeah. Stateful sets, I think, are about ways to map those volumes to the same pods so that they could stick around. I don't know, guys. Does it sound like I'm talking out of my rear end? Because it definitely does to me. All right. The cache hit. Yeah, you feel that every day. Computers are hard, man. There's so many details. You can't possibly know them all at the same time. So we're going to do our demo again. We're going to insert into our table. We're going to, let's actually just do a simple test. We're going to just do create table B as select star from A as of system time -1 second. So this is a simple case because there were no schema changes in the meantime. That seemed to maybe have worked. The current problem I've had with Ecto plus Cockroach is the lack of, oh yes, CI text. So tell me about CI text. I know the exact issue you're talking about, but truthfully, I don't know why Ecto wants to emit CI text columns. Do you know why? How come it doesn't use ordinary text or ordinary string columns? So this works okay. Now let's try our cool, trickier example where we're gonna pin our timestamp here. We're gonna add a column. So we'll say alter table A, add column B, int default 3 or something. Then we're gonna say create table C as select star from A as of system time. And then here we can select our pinned timestamp. And hopefully this is what used to crash, and we'll see if it still crashes. Ooh, now we get something much worse, which is just a permanent hang. Oh man, that's bad because I have no idea what might be going on here. Well, that's exciting. So normally what we do here is we should try to figure out what the Go routines that are running are, so we can figure out what is hung. So let's do that. Time for transaction wizardry. That's a kind of wizardry that I truthfully just don't have, but we're gonna do our best to figure it out anyway. So we'll log into our snazzy admin UI. We'll go to this debug page, and somewhere should be able to get what all the, this is not the view that I want. I want the big list of all the Go routines. Dang it. Come back. Go infinite loop, go repeat. I think I want this one. So I can get raw, I can get it in the UI. This UI thing is cool. I sometimes find it a little bit hard to read. So it kind of seems like this is probably the Go routine that we're looking at, maybe. Maybe. There is a generator from the creator of Elixir to create a foundation for a login system using the Phoenix framework, and it uses CI text extension in some tables, so you've had to switch to Postgres until it's supported. That's annoying. What even is CI text? Oh, it's case insensitive. Right. Yeah. So the way that you can do case insensitive stuff in Cockroach is to use a collation. But maybe we ought to just make it really easy by saying CI text is an alias for text with that collation. I feel like that would probably like work. Looks like we had this exact conversation back in 2018. Supporting CI text as an alias for text collate and UKS level 2 would be much more discoverable. This would be a cool project. Maybe we could work on this on stream at some point, but I'm not going to do it now. I think that it shouldn't be so hard. Like if somebody just puts their mind to it, I bet this can get done. So truthfully right now, I don't know. What's going on with this? I mean, this is pretty interesting. Let's take a look at this stack here. Wait, why is it internal though? That seems kind of weird. Log. Oh, well, I'm kind of curious. Like one question that I have is we're in, like, where is the hang actually happening? I'm getting a little bit lost. I feel like it would be good to know if there are stacks inside of the like planning area that we modified, right? So like inside of make exec plan. Whoops, that's the wrong window to search on. Make exec plan. So it's not in here. Yeah, you can certainly control F on pages like this. So we're not actually hanging inside of make exec plan, which is sort of weird. I was expecting that that would be where everything would start going wrong. Oh, you know what it might be? I think we need to unset this is historical thing. I don't know if that's going to make a difference, but I feel like this won't really change anything. But just to actually like return things to the right state, let's try that and run it again. Waylog, I don't know if it would be possible, but like, can you change the table definitions of that generator to use the collation method instead of CI text? Maybe that's just too hard to do, but I feel like it would work if you did that. So we'll run our test again. I should probably make like a little logic test for this rather than running it in the demo over and over again. I think I'll probably do that. So it's got the same issue. Let's make a logic test for this. Did I have something? I thought I sort of started setting this up. Yeah. So I did start setting this up, but we'll pop our stash. I started adding a logic test for this. Let's take a look at the logic test that I started adding. Alter table stock add column, create table as select start from stock as of system time. And yeah, I use this timestamp that I collected before I added this column. So why don't we actually run this? That might be an easier way to find the stack than if the whole server's running. So we can try that. So we'll test config equals local. Wait. So a different test failed than I expected. Got expected relation test.public.stock does not exist. Got no database or schema specified. It may be possible to change that collation. You will try to work around that sometime in the future. Cool. Yeah, let us know how it goes. I do want to make sure that CI text gets supported. I just also want to make sure that you can get your stuff working before that time, if possible. No database or schema specified. That sounds like, I don't know what that might mean. Oh, I see. So this is actually saying as of system time, sometime before the, this is like old, before the database even exists. So maybe what we ought to do is get a timestamp, let TS. It's got a timestamp here before stock exists, but after the database exists, or something like that, and then say as of system time TS. Try that. Running this test should be faster now that I'm only changing the test file. Okay, what happened here? Got relation stock does not exist. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not sure why this error message is like weirdly changing, but it doesn't really matter too much. It's got to be some detail about the way that I'm messing with that transaction timestamp. I just don't exactly get it yet. Okay, I need to have quotes. Okay, so here we're hanging in the same way that we saw in our demo. So now I think we can dump all of our stacks and see where we're stuck. Oh yeah, I always hate looking at stacks on stream because my font is so big that it makes it really hard to look at. I'm just gonna make it smaller just for a quick sec. It sort of seems like transactions are pushing each other, but I don't know like which and why, or I don't really know anything about why this is happening. And what's weird is that it's actually happening at execution time. That's what I'm really nervous about. Like, I don't know why. It almost feels like we didn't reset some state, right? Because I would expect that if all was reset properly, then either things would break during the planning phase or not at all. But they're not breaking during the planning phase. They're breaking during the execution phase. And that's what I don't understand. They're actually occurring during, oh no, this is not, I don't know. Let's try to stare a little bit to make sure that we are in fact resetting all the state that we think we are. What if somebody gets the transaction and uses it somewhere? Is that what could be happening? Like what if when we run this, we sort of capture the transaction that's sort of present at that point and use it? That would be problematic. Like what if the plan that we actually spit out has the transaction in it or the transaction timestamp? That would be truly problematic. Let's see. I mean, I guess what we could do to figure this out is we just have to sort of find usages of this transaction object. I feel like that's the only way that we can pop. Okay, there's like 10 million of them. Yeah, truthfully, I don't get this. The clue has to be inside of this giant stack trace. It just has to be. You know what I think we should do is probably run this same thing, but add a bunch more logging to see what is actually going on. Because the thing that's really perplexing is that we end up seeing the problem inside of what we call an internal executor, which is like something that's really only used for queries that are run on behalf of other queries. So it's almost as if like we run some internal executor thing that interferes with the current query or something like that. I don't know. So let's add some flags here to add logging, show logs, show SQL, v module equals exec log equals 3. Does this do something? Okay, we're dumping quite a lot of output here. Oh, you know what's interesting is that it seems to be something is just retrying over and over again. Look at that. So we're getting like thousands and thousands of these log lines that are like queued new schema change job blah for table, and then the number keeps incrementing. Look, it's saying queued new schema change job blah, whoops, for table 2853, table 2854, table 2855, but it's all the same table. Yes, CA Black, you called it. Go infinite loop, go, repeat. 100%. The question is, why the heck would this be happening? I don't really get that. Okay, so one thing that we do know is that it's happening, this job is what I was thinking of, right? The internal job row insert. That's the thing that's getting retried forever. So let's see where that's happening. Maybe, is that running at the wrong timestamp or something? I guess we have to search job row insert. Create job with TXN. Where does this happen? Queue job. Okay, so this is what happens. This is what happens during execution, right? This is what happens when we're actually adding the new table. Not to be confused with you had me at hello. So I think if we go to create table node, there's probably a call in here to something that's queuing this schema change. And so then maybe we can figure out why the heck it's just running over and over. It's got to be something to do with this retrying business. But I don't quite get it. New table descriptor. I mean, presumably this whole thing is getting repeated in a loop, because each line here, it has a new table ID, and we allocated new table ID inside of this new table desk thing. Then we eventually call write schema change, I think. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think that this must mean it's just restarting forever, right? Is it easy to contribute to a database like CockroachDB? Zero knowledge of database development or Golang yet? I think we try to make it as easy as possible. Waylog, I really like working with external contributors. We have a whole Slack channel that you can join where you can chat with other contributors. I'll drop a link to that, but we would love to have you take a look and check things out if you're so inclined. Hey, Haratalk, how's it going? Nice to see you. So these logs are not really giving us an indication of why these things are getting restarted over and over, which is a little bit sad.
How are you going to do that? By guessing.
Yo, Seva Finn, thanks for the follow. Friday afternoon deploying. Oh my gosh. Do you subscribe to the
computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world?
Always do deploys on Friday line of thinking or something like that? It's like, if you can't deploy on Friday, then your observability and ops are not up to par. As opposed to the philosophy of never deploy on a Friday because things could go badly and then people's weekends are ruined. That's like a fun debate that people love to have on Twitter, I feel like. Dang. What the... I really don't quite get this. We deploy when we want. We work in product team, so it's up to our team when we do stuff with our app. That's cool. Seems like the dream. Deploy at the end of your shift and let the next person on. CA Black. Very antisocial of you. Shame. I just don't get why changing the timestamp that we do stuff at plan time. Oh, you know what it might be? You know what it might be? This is coming back to something that somebody said earlier, which is that there's some code somewhere that avoids a descriptor cache if we're operating at a historical timestamp, and maybe we haven't set enough information so that that code knows what to do. Where is that happening? Where is that happening? It's not there. Is it this? I feel like it's not this. I feel like it literally is that transaction object thing. Truth is, I just don't exactly know where we can figure that out, right? What if I just search like cache descriptor lookups? Can use cached descriptor. Avoid cache descriptors. This is seeming relevant. If flags that avoid descriptor caches. Oh, this is seeming very interesting. When do we set this stuff? I mean, it doesn't seem quite right either though, right? Because like, like there's gotta be something somewhere that's like set this flag if we're at a historical timestamp, and that's probably what we're missing. That's gotta be what it is, right? Yo, Denny. How's it going? Nice to see you. We are just programming. That's what's up. Doing the programming. Let's maybe just search for all usages of this and pin it down at the bottom of the window so we can look at them all in turn. Golang does this cool thing. You can sort usage of things by whether you're reading or writing them, which I'm a big fan of. Alter table split, avoid. Alter table unsplit, avoid. Alter table relocate. Okay, we don't care about those. Resolve schema for create. Resolve schema for create returns a schema that will contain a newly created. This also seems kind of irrelevant, honestly. Show table, this, that. What about this is also seeming kind of irrelevant. So maybe this is not it. Maybe this is not it. So how do we use this thing in the end? Like maybe there's another way. Like what does the implementation of this look like when avoid caches is true? It sets avoid cache descriptors. Maybe this thing is set in another spot. Let's look for usages of this now. Just trying to understand how the database works, right? So this is resetting everything from the beginning. Resolve schema depends on the planner flag. Resolve data source depends on the planner flag. Resolve data source by ID depends on the planner flag. There's also something called flags that skip cache. Man, I feel like this is pretty complicated. Ooh, this is looking relevant though. Backfill query into table. So I think this is actually the code that ends up getting run for create table as. And look what it does is it calls run with options resolve flag skip cache true. I use Golang. Never up. It is not possible. No, sorry. It's not impossible to run CRDB from Golang and debug. You can definitely do it. I usually avoid doing it on stream because it can get a little bit hairy. Like there's so many Go routines running at the same time and stuff. It's also pretty slow and it gets even slower when you're running a stream. So I just generally don't do it on stream, but you can definitely do it. And I do it all the time. Since you've been working on Cocker TV for a while, do you run into code that works but wonder why you wrote it that way? I'd say yes. I think there's a lot of code that I didn't write that I wonder that about. I think there's also a lot of code that I did write that I wondered that about. So I don't know. Oh, you think it's actually bigger than it needs to be? I usually keep it really big because I just assume that people like it. But I guess you're saying that maybe it's even bigger than necessary. What if we went to 24 instead of 26? How's this? Any programmer who has bit something for a few years finds those moments. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm interested in this skip cache. Oh, this is actually a lot better. I appreciate that suggestion, Denny. I do feel like I run at a really tiny font size. I mean, really huge font size, and it's a little bit annoying. This is seeming relevant too. Okay, so we need to run new table descriptor with caching disabled because it needs to pull in descriptors from FK dependent on tables. feel like this is not relevant either. I don't know. What I don't get is how I don't understand if we actually avoid the cache when we're running as of system time in the first place. That's what I don't quite get it. So there's one other idea that I have, which is that I know that in the optimizer, we end up doing this same check again somewhere. And it maybe the optimizer is the thing that's actually doing this stuff. So I think I remember that when the place that we actually check this stuff inside the optimizer, we're going to compare the timestamp that we sort of infer up at the top of things here with the timestamp that's found in the optimizer's AST equivalent or something. And I think what we do is we actually look at this as of timestamp thing in the middle of something, don't we? Is it this? Validate as of. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm thinking of. So inside the optimizer, we check to see, does the semi-context as of timestamp match the timestamp of the clause that we're sort of looking at? And maybe while we're doing this, we're also setting some flags about timestamps. It doesn't really look like we are. Today and yesterday, I was writing code for a personal project. I did some database stuff with Gorm. Password, hashing and security, and now stuck at routing and serializing. Any recommendations? Just, you're talking about recommendations for tools in Go that do API layer routing and serializing? I don't really know what people typically use for that. I think I mentioned this on stream the other day, but I think some people use this thing called Go Buffalo that I've heard was pretty good. Go Buffalo, is that a thing? Have you seen this? Maybe this is like too much. Maybe this is, it sort of looks like this is a huge mega framework, but it looks like maybe there's something called Gorilla. I don't know. I don't know anything about this stuff, honestly. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's too big. You're totally right. Check Chi if you're familiar with Express. Lightweight, idiomatic, and composable router for building Go HTTP services. Seems like it could be good. Kind of curious when we run. So if we keep following down what the optimizer does, eventually we do have this build data source thing. And at a certain point, like presumably we have to look at the schema of the tables, right? So how does that all work? We've got resolve data source. It kind of seems like we don't have any special cases for as of system time. In which case, I guess I just don't really get it still. Object lookup flags with resolve required table kind. Using gin for small REST APIs in Go? Gin and Gonic. That's funny. Maybe we can follow this thing all the way down to where the caching lives and figure out how it works. Because truthfully, I don't even really know right now. Table object. Get table version. Returns a table descriptor with a version suitable for the transaction. So I think it clearly does take into account the transaction timestamp, right? You got promoted to senior, dude. Congrats, Haratalk. That's awesome. Big congrats. Very exciting. That must feel great. If a void cache read object from store, which is the physical lookup. Otherwise, we use these least descriptors. And I guess inside of here, how do we check whether the timestamp that we're looking at is correct for... Oh, it looks like we can actually add some logging here. So if I do collection equals 2, I bet I'll get some extra logging. Let's try that out. Collection equals 2. So we do get a little bit of extra logging. Each time we do this infinite loop, it looks like we added descriptor test to collection. Okay, so that's the database descriptor. And then we add the table descriptor to the collection. But I'm sort of wondering, where does that log line come from? Added descriptor. Happens here. This is suspicious, right? Like, doesn't it kind of feel like the timestamps don't really work out? Like, where is the transaction timestamp that we're looking at? It says transaction.read timestamp. So I guess the question is, are we getting the right timestamp here? We expect this to be the historical timestamp, right? Why don't we add that to the log, actually? So we'll add read timestamp to this log message. I guess this should be an S, or else it'll print out a bunch of unreadable garbage. But if we do that, are we going to actually know enough? Yeah, I think we should, because we have the as of system time clause here, so we should be able to correlate these two things, maybe. Okay, so we're back into our endless logging. Let's look at some of these new logs. Add a descriptor stock to collection at timestamp, and then this long thing. Is this the same every time or no? It is the same. So you can see that on this line. It's the same as this line. I guess I don't understand, is that expected, right? Like normally, if we rebuild and then do a little experiment with a select as of system time that has to do descriptor resolution, do we expect
hooked into over
that process normally adds the descriptor to the collection or not? Because I feel like it maybe it shouldn't, and maybe like we've set something wrong so that it's getting added to the collection and that's messing something up somehow. I don't know. Hey, Kneeballs, thanks for the follow. Okay, so let's run our server. Actually, let's run our server with this v module that prints out the extra log. So that's collection equals 2 log 2 standard error. Okay, so then why don't we let's make a new window here. We're gonna say create table a int. Whoops. Let's just get rid of this. Make a new table. We're going to insert into a values 1. Let's get it as of system time timestamp. Let's insert some new data. Let's select star from A at the current timestamp. And now I want to do select star from A as of system time and then my pinned timestamp and see if this is supposed to be adding things to descriptor collections or not. So going to the logs, we see that we do seem to be adding this thing to the collection at a particular timestamp. It's so confusing. I don't really understand how this works, honestly. If I do this again, do I keep doing that? Oh, we do. Maybe that actually makes sense then. Maybe that's not the problem at all. Maybe that's not the problem at all. Uses something called the lease manager. Returns a version for the specified descriptor valid for the timestamp. Returns a descriptor and an expiration time. I don't know. I don't know why. So do we have the same problem? Let's actually run. I guess we already know what's going to happen here. Select now, alter table A, add column B int. Create table B as of system time. No, wait, as select star from A as of system time, this thing. I mean, this is going to do exactly the same thing, right? It's going to do this infinite loop, right? We need to figure out why, like where the loop is really coming from, right? I wonder if we could, oh, you know what would be interesting? Could we figure this out a little bit more by going to the admin UI? Maybe we can see if it's sort of like this statement is just getting retried over and over again or something like that. Kind of seems like it is, right? You see how this is sort of red and retries is set to 16? That means it is getting retried automatically. Sebafin, I was thinking of learning a new programming language coming from Java, and I was thinking of Go. What books or materials would you guys recommend? I think the best way to start is just a tour of Go thing. A tour of Go. This is like what sort of gets you started with Go really quick. Go is just such a small language compared to Java that you might be surprised like how quick and easy it is to learn it. So I definitely would recommend starting from there. And you guys can see whether you like it or not. Are the comments required or advised as per code review? Yeah, we do like to comment pretty frequently because otherwise it's just too difficult to figure out what the heck is going on with a code base that's so big and complicated. But even with all the comments, I'm having trouble figuring out what's going on. So yeah, how about that? The real Jake says, please leave comments in the code. I agree, the real Jake. I recently have had to figure out what was going on in an enterprise code base, and there's very few comments. Oof, that's always a tough situation. I don't want to work with people who don't write comments. It tells me you don't really care about making your work readable for other people. Sometimes people argue about this self-documenting code stuff, but I feel like that's largely a myth, especially when the code base gets pretty complicated. It's pretty hard to write self-documenting code. I don't know if that really makes a lot of sense as a concept.
Databanks.
Hey, WC Dozer, thanks for the follow. What's that super famous comment? It's called, you are not expected to understand this. Have you guys seen this? It's pretty crazy. This is like how they used to do things back in the 70s. They're just like, okay, we're gonna do some crazy stuff. Say that you're too dumb to understand it, and then do it without explaining. Try reading code written in a foreign language sometime. Comments don't help. Yeah, that's gotta be, I've always wondered how much more difficult it must be to try to read code when you are not having English as your first language. My guess is that it's much harder. And I think that there's a pretty big bias in the world of programming towards people who understand English really well, which is tricky. Sort of the lingua franca, and that's not really that fair for people who don't have, I don't know. I mean, I guess like I've never seen an enterprise code base in like Italy or something. Maybe, you know, the comments are probably all in Italian, but still like the sort of language primitive words are still in English. There aren't really like localized programming languages, too many of them. So that's probably pretty tricky. See, English is fine trying to reading German or Polish code. Guess it just depends on what languages you know, right? And presumably, you saw one programming language in Arabic, which is pretty interesting. I think I've seen that one too, Ruffy. It did look pretty cool. There's also a Chinese one that's pretty cool. But I think that, to be honest, like a lot of them are, it's not exactly clear if people really use them or if they're more sort of like commentary on society in a sense. This guy, Ramsey Nasser, I think he... But you see, yeah, do you see it like the way that it's phrased? This thing is a programming language exploring the role of human culture in coding. Code is written entirely in Arabic, highlighting cultural biases of computer science and challenging the assumptions we make about programming. It's not clear if this is a programming language that people really use. Is this the same thing? Yeah, it's the same thing. I think it's very interesting. I think people should keep doing stuff like that though, right? Presumably. Languages should have enough metadata around them to localize down to a variable level. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I think at the very minimum, it would be not so difficult to make like each of the parser names localized, right? You could change if to be, you know, the word if in whatever language you're talking about or return, but it would take a lot of work to, you know, change all the package names and stuff like that. I don't know. It's very interesting to think about how this stuff really should work. IDE should have standard subs. Your wife just accepted a new job. Wow, that is a good news. This is like a double whammy of good news, Haratalk. Congrats on both fronts. You got the promotion and you got the new job in the same family. Very cool. Package names become GUIDs with human strings per language. Whew. It seems good if you like can manage your program inside of some kind of giant IDE that manages all this stuff for you. Without that, I think it would be pretty tough. Like if you tried to do everything in plain text, I feel like it would become quite unmanageable pretty quickly. But I don't know. I don't get why this isn't working. So here's what we did. We checked to see if there was a special timestamp set for as of system time with backfill. We make a fresh transaction. Oh, you know what we never did? Do we need to like commit this or something? I mean, we're not writing anything inside of it, right? We're just using it. Do we need to commit it? I don't know. Like, what do we need to do with this transaction? Anything? Do we need to like, is there some kind of like, what if we just like commit it? I don't, I don't really know what this does, honestly, but we can find out. Always use an IDE or use an AI to write your code for you. It's an interesting perspective.
Data banks, data banks, data banks.
Harry Electra, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. All right, well, I didn't do anything. Not too surprising. I mean, I really don't, the thing that I don't understand is that like, we changed some state by the transaction. We ran some code, we ran this plan. Then we reset all of the state that I know of. We put it all back. And then the stuff that happens after that isn't sort of working the way that we expect it to. And I guess I just don't understand which state is getting screwed up. Could it be that we... Really don't get it. Maybe we need to reinvestigate what happens at the runtime of our create table as node or something like that. Like maybe there's sort of planning stuff that happens here that we shouldn't be doing somehow. New table desk. Where is our new table desk if as? This seems relevant, right? So if as, this is where we do our creation time stuff. The thing is, at this point, I think we already have the fully realized plan for the select statement that we're using to populate the table with. So I still don't really get it. Table defs for a create table as AST node comprise of a column table def for each column and a constraint table def for any constraints on those columns. So what is p.defs from? This is from, who sets this? Oh wait, what? I think we still need to, we do need to figure out who sets this, right? Like, is there some special path for where we have a create table as or something? There's gotta be, right? The missing case of who sets this stuff. Let's do a search again, and then we can change it so that it's only done on writes. Whoops, what happened? Okay, let's look for only the place where we write to this. Okay, it's still kind of a lot. But presumably there's some that are just for create table as, right? Check constraint. In create as tables, defs represents a list of column table defs, one for each column, and a constraint table def for each constraint on a subset of the columns. Sure, but like, where does that actually happen? I don't see where that's happening.
Data banks, data banks, data banks.
Hey, Andre Costa, thanks for the follow. Is it this? Is this create table as? Yeah, okay, sorry. It was. Oh, do you think it's possible to do both at the same time? Is that what this is saying? So are you saying that we can say create table as, or create table a int as select one? No, see, that's not possible. Oh, or is it more like this? Oh. Okay, so there's sort of some weird syntax. You can specify table defs, but they, wait, what? Oh, you just can't specify their types. I see. This is not a type, these are just names. Oh, okay. Okay. So we have these defs. This has nothing to do with the original plan. We check to see if there are no defs, then we go to the result columns. Okay, this is sort of the critical thing. Who calculates these result columns? Where are they coming from? As calls? We call plan columns on source plan. Okay, but the thing is that at this point we already do have a plan for it, right? So I still don't get it. I still don't get it. Who sets this and when? This is set by the optimizer factory. So like at this point everything's already done, right? Resolved. The names are resolved. So why do we get this transaction restarted? Maybe we just need to start to add some more logs. I feel like that's got to be the answer at this point, right? I just still don't, I'm pretty confused about what's really going down. Why don't we add some logs inside of this create table area, maybe? Oops, not this one. I mean, we know we get down to here because we see all those logs already. What about, do we see any logs from that thing? The log event thing? Do we see that happening ever? We do. I mean, something that's gonna be really challenging is like figuring out the right logging to add. Wow, what the heck is happening here? Oh man, I think I've really toasted my database because I think that all of those schema changes that I queued are I guess they're still sort of trying to happen again. Oh, no, this is my test. Sorry, this is not, never mind. Forget what I just said. Oh, this is interesting though. Check this out. We do get this transaction retry error as we sort of suspected. I guess we sort of knew that we were getting those, but you can see that we do get them. So it's saying transaction retry with proto refresh error, transaction retry error, failed preemptive refresh. Okay, well, truthfully, I don't know why this is happening, which is, by the way, another thing that we're trying to solve in Cockroach, which is to make it easier to figure out why in a given transaction a restart is occurring. We don't, right now, like, you know that there's a conflict that caused you to restart, but you don't know like what are the keys, what are the tables, what are the rows that are sort of conflicting with other transactions to make this happen. In this case, that would really be handy information. The truth is, I just think that we're doing some like evil magic, and it's got to be the thing that's causing the issue, right? Like we've opened this sort of other transaction inside that does some stuff, and I guess the thing that I still don't get though is that like this new transaction that we did open, it's in the past. So like I don't see how it could be conflicting with the stuff that's happening in the present. I just don't see it. Don't see it. I don't think that these two things are related, but just out of curiosity, I'm gonna set them both and then unset them both. Just to make sure, just to rule those things out. Those are the two bits of state that we haven't really been playing with so far. And then down here, we'll unset them. I really don't think that this is related. But, you know, just in case. How do you like undo this? Is it possible? What's sort of the default for this? I guess we have to just get it and then reset it or something like that. I guess what we can do down here below is probably just say planner.extended eval blah 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 dot set transaction timestamp to the original txn dot read timestamp. No. The commit timestamp or read timestamp? I don't know. I think it's probably read timestamp, maybe. I don't know. Let's try that. I don't think this is going to change anything either. I just don't know what about this sequence is causing things to conflict. I don't get it. I suppose we could just set that avoid cache descriptor thing too, just to try it out. The problem is, the thing that's frustrating me right now is like, I'm just sort of doing a bunch of things by guesswork, but I don't understand the like fundamental principles that I'm looking at enough to be deliberate. Let's just try it. Do you guys have a favorite programming snack? I like to eat almonds. I feel like they're healthy, tasty, filled with protein, delicious, small enough to fit in your hand, not messy. A lot of good things about almonds. Yo, Bugman Slugman, that's a great name. Thank you for the follow. Hamburgers? Anything except biting your nails? All right, that did not work either. Guys, what the heck? Deeply frustrating. Maybe we're trying to be a little bit too, we're like doing this with a giant hammer. Maybe we should instead be a little bit more precise about this timestamp thing. And maybe what we should do is try to thread into descriptor resolution the timestamp that we're getting stuff from or something like that. So instead of trying to set the whole transaction, being like super blunt about things, we can just kind of go at it from the bottom or something. I'm going to try that out. I think what we were looking at before is this function here. This is the thing at the very bottom of the stack that we actually use to get the table descriptors from disk. And I guess here we end up just using the transactions timestamp to read this stuff. Where does that get used though? Kind of missing that as well. A bit more cholesterol. We have this transaction. Where do we actually end up use this thing? Read object from store. We literally just pass the transaction in. How would I, if I wanted to ask for the descriptor at a particular timestamp? I mean, I'm still using the transaction though, so I feel like this doesn't make that much sense, honestly. Like, because you can't just set the timestamp on a transaction temporarily. I don't think that that's really allowed. I think that's what sort of basically got us into this mess in the first place. I mean, out of curiosity, why don't we try that? I feel like that's going to wreak all sorts of other havoc. But what does happen if you just like weirdly set a timestamp on a transaction and then set it back later? Seems super sketchy. Oh, but the thing is we can't really, because I think the issue is that if I said ex.state dot, I mean, not that this is allowed, but if I said txn.set historical or set fixed timestamp, I don't think there's a way to like undo this in a sense. I think this mutates all sort of stuff. So I don't think it's right either. Be interesting if you could set a lookup flag on these things. Maybe that's because I think this is these flags are really all about the cache. I think that ultimately if the caches miss, then you end up having to use this read object from store thing, and that's the thing that ends up using the transaction for realsies. Yeah, what's up? I like hot Cheetos. That's a funny name because we were just actually discussing our favorite programming snacks. I was saying that I like almonds partially because they're not messy. Hot Cheetos, on the other hand, now that is a messy snack. Very opposite. It's messy. It is delicious. Doesn't have any protein though. Yeah, I don't know. I hear that people like to eat those with chopsticks to avoid getting their hands dirty. I like that as a concept. So I guess one thing that we could theoretically do, right, is we don't have to use a transaction to actually get these things, right? Couldn't we just, if we wanted to, if we had like a DB object here, wouldn't it be possible? No, that doesn't work either. Ultimately, we do need to make a new transaction somewhere, I feel like, right? It's like maybe what we want to do then, instead of saying in make exec plan, just running this entire thing in the timestamp, maybe it's like, I don't think that this line of thinking that I'm going down right now makes a lot of sense, because ultimately at the very bottom, even if we threaded everything down perfectly, including the timestamp, new transaction, whatever, at the very bottom, we still have to do basically the same steps that we were doing at the top, right? Which is that we have to make a fresh transaction, set its timestamp to be something very particular, and then return everything back up. So I think what I'm getting to is that like, there's got to be some operation that we're running in this exec building sort of call tree that when we do it at a particular, on a different transaction, then we like run into bad trouble for some reason, I guess. I guess one thing that we could try, well, I was gonna say one thing that we could try is we could try printing out the descriptor that we end up resolving in here to make sure that it is in fact happening at the historical timestamp. But I think we already know that it's happening at the historical timestamp. So it's kind of, it's just still kind of a mystery. Oh, I think I might see what's going on. Oh man, this is so weird. Okay. So confusing. I think the truth is that there's two places where our transaction is actually set. What we did, oh my God, this was like the longest rabbit hole for this. I guess this sometimes happens, but look, when we set our transaction here, ex.state.set transaction, we're changing something inside of this struct, but that's not the same transaction as what actually ends up getting used by the resolver. At the very bottom, we use something called planner.transaction. You see this object here, p.txn. This is something that we also need to change. Oh my God. So I think basically there's two pointers to this transaction, and we've only changed one of them. That's super gross. Ugh, I don't like it. So out of curiosity, what happens here if we say p.txn planner.txn is equal to historical txn, and then down here we say planner.txn is equal to original txn. Is that gonna fix everything? It'll be kind of annoying, but I'll take it because I'm tired of going around in circles on this. Okay, well, this is big progress, you guys. We see a bunch of like crappy stuff, but at least the crappy stuff is not an infinite loop that's super confusing that we don't understand whatsoever. So we see an error that says client already committed or rolled back the transaction, trying to execute. All right, we're gonna get to this. I'm gonna take a quick break for like 1 minute. I will be right back. Yo, I return. Okay, let's get to the bottom of this crazy problem. So I guess the issue is that since we committed that new transaction that we made, it's kind of seems like we didn't swap it back properly or something like this. Client already committed a rollback transaction trying to execute one scan. You know, I wonder if it's like that we sort of set the transaction on the plan or something. Could that be what it is? Like when we get down to the bottom here, what transaction are we using? Let's go to table reader 190. Table reader 190. What is the transaction that we're using? The flow context. Where does this thing get set? Oh, this is like definitely in the realm of places that I hoped that we would not have to get to. Set transaction. It's on server. Just gets kind of messy to have all these different transaction objects running around, and I was just really unfortunate that we have to get down to this level. Right, so I think it's this thing, local state.txn. Where does this get set? Yeah, but I think what's confusing is that at this point, I was sort of expecting that we would have given the original transaction back. To our thing. Mine baila Ubarales. That's a crazy sounding name. Mine baila Uber Ale. Is that another language I don't know? Might it be because you're committing right around this and setting the transactions to their historical? Yeah, it probably is something like that. But honestly, I think it's just like probably caused by bugs in the way that I'm trying to set and swap and restore these transactions a little bit. That's my guess, more than like an actual conflict or problem or something like that. I really just kind of feel like I'm screwing something up with the way that I'm flipping these transaction pointers back and forth. But you might be right. You very well might be right. Like, for example, this code just doesn't make any sense, right? Like we never... This code just doesn't make any sense. At all. And it never made any sense. I think this is actually going to fix quite a bit, because I think what happened is we ended up accidentally committing the original transaction or something like that instead of the fresh transaction that we made, just because of a dumb little typo. But we'll see if that fixes things or not. Oh, this is looking good. What does a transaction mean in this context? Sorry if you've gone over it already. No, that's totally okay. Nates are pretty okay. In this context, I'm talking about, it's kind of like an internal object that we call a transaction object that represents the life cycle of a KV transaction. I think I'm using the word transaction over and over in a confusing way. But I guess the concept is really about like in the context of being able to do multiple database operations in a way that they either all commit together or none of them commit together. So if you wanted to change two tables, you would want to make it so that no matter what happens, after you commit your so-called transaction, those two changes will always be there together or not be there together. You can't sort of have one or the other. Is that what you're talking about? Or maybe you already know that about, you know, SQL ACID transactions and stuff, and you were asking more about what I was just using the word TXN over and over again. Basically, like, if you look in the code here, there's this thing called the kv.txn, and this object is really just the code reference for how we manage these transaction things inside of CockroachDB. So this is looking maybe promising. So line 418, it says, mainly that didn't know if you were getting fancier with isolation levels and whatnot. Yeah, so in Cockroach, all of our transactions are serializable transactions. So that is a type of isolation level that's generally means like it's strict in the sense that there's no way to see in progress transactions at all. And for a set of transactions, you can always sort of order them in a way that they could be causally consistent, all of them, as if they all happened in an instant in a line. I think that's what serializable means. I think, yeah, something like that. But yeah, in Cockroach, it's kind of weird. You can't actually use a lower isolation level than serializable. We haven't implemented that. We're like serializable purists. And I think some people don't necessarily like that. I think it's nice. I think it takes out a lot of guesswork out of programming with SQL databases to always have serializable transactions. It can be pretty confusing. Like the lower isolation levels, I think, can be fairly confusing. I think that this actually might mean that we got our code right, though, which is exciting, because let's take a look at this test case. Column new call does not exist. Basically what we're saying here seems like that's mostly what the NoSQLs provide. Having multiple isolation levels is confusing for sure. So in NoSQL, I feel like in NoSQL, there isn't as much emphasis on transactions at all. I think most of the time in NoSQL, I guess I'm thinking of Dynamo, Cassandra. It's mostly about like single key reads and writes. And I guess Cassandra had something, you know, it's been a few years since I've used it. I guess they did introduce a bunch of lightweight transaction type things, but I don't think that that's really the like main way that people generally use those things. Yeah, compare and swap and that's it kind of thing. I agree. Yeah, I think NoSQL mostly just has those really simple primitive operations. You're right. So I think that's cool about SQL. You know, you do get this really rich transaction model. Okay, so let's take a look at what this test case is doing. And I think it might be that we figured stuff out and we had a bunch of stupid bugs while we were working on this. So it says that we create, let's see, what are we doing? It looks like we pin a timestamp. We add a new column to our original table. And then we run create table stock after schema change as select star from stock as a system time, the pinned timestamp. And then when we actually try to get the data from the new table, we don't have this new call thing, which I think is the dream. So I think this in fact might really mean that we've done it potentially. Let's do one other test, which is to just let's make sure that we can actually read the data. Query I. So we'll just basically repeat this test case, except instead of selecting from this stock with spoons thing, we're going to do stock after schema change. Whoops, I think I misspelled something. Schema change. This could be cool. This could be cool. Maybe we did it. We went down a long, terrible rabbit hole, mostly caused by my own problems. Looks like our test passed. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So let's go back and take a look at what we can get rid of at this point, because I do think it got pretty pointlessly complicated. I don't think we need any of this stuff. We do need this. I think we need this. Unclear if we need this. Let's run it one more time with the removals. Pretty cool. So let's try to put some comments for this stuff, because honestly, it isn't making a huge amount of sense without comments. So we're gonna say, if we've been tasked with, I mean, does this even make sense rationally though? Backfilling a query, I guess it's sort of backfilling a schema change like backfilling a schema change operation at a particular system time. It's important that we do planning for the operation at the timestamp that we're expecting to perform the backfill at, in case the schema of the objects that we read have changed in between the present transaction timestamp and the user-defined backfill timestamp. So set the planner's transaction to a new historical transaction pinned at that timestamp. We'll restore it after planning. Truthfully, I don't know if we even need to do this thing. You know, like, this is like the most confusing part, I feel like. So I almost, what if we had to say original txn equals planner.txn and then got rid of this x.state stuff? Because I just don't feel like we actually need to do that. So if we get rid of that, then we just reset the planner's transaction. And then we don't need this either, do we? Don't need this either, do we? I think what we really want is just to say historical txn.setFixed timestamp planner.semicontext.as of backfill, whatever. I think that if this works, that's going to be a really nice simplification, because to be honest, wait, how come this doesn't work? Oh, it needs a context as well. Let's try that out. Oh wait, what's wrong with this thing? I don't think we even need to run commit, because we know that it's sort of read only, right? I don't know. I just don't know if you're supposed to sort of always commit a non-write transaction. I just don't know if it's like a requirement. So let's try it without. We just keep it really simple. See what happens. Okay, so that all seems to work fine as well. Good to know. That's good. And then I think, yeah, let's just can do this whole thing, right? Reset the planner's transaction to the current timestamp, real transaction, original transaction. Honestly, so I've been working on this for like 2.5 hours, and I think the end patch is really gonna be like super, super short, right? We don't even need this. Well, that's okay. We learned a lot. I think we learned quite a lot. And so I forgive the relative small patch. I think it makes sense. Like, it's very common that when working on a complex product, that if there's a tricky bug, it might take you hours and hours to figure out what's going on, but then the fix is going to be like a few lines long. I'm not sure if people are going to like this, because it does feel like you're doing serious surgery, and I don't know if like the semantics are always going to make sense by doing this, but I don't know. I think it's a good place to start, and we can see what people think. Okay. So what do we got? Let's get rid of this original logging change too. We don't need that. What we have is an extremely, extremely tight test. I mean, patch. So let's see. I think I'd like to maybe push this to CI and see if things sort of are all working with it. And then maybe we can do other stuff. One thing I wanted to just see out of curiosity is whether we could do a similar thing for materialized views. I wanted to mess with this a little bit. I hadn't gotten to it. I think it's just, since we figured out how this works, it might not be hard to make it work for materialized views. So a materialized view, if you're not familiar, it's basically just the same as a table. It's just that it's read only, and it has a query that it was created from that you can use to refresh the table. So for example, if we have two tables, A and B, this is our example from the beginning of the stream. I'm not sure if anybody's stuck around from the beginning of them, but if I said select star from A join B on A.A equals B.A, it's just going to give us one row, even though there's 3 values, because this 2 is not matching inside of the A table. And I can say create materialized view C as, I don't remember the syntax, select star from A join B on A.A equals B.A. Wait, views do not currently support star expressions. That's right. So we can just say select A.A from A join B. How about that? Hey, Andy Techie, what's up? This GS, is it the normal git alias thing? Yeah, it's just regular old git alias. It points to git status, just as you suggest. Yes, indeed. There is something that I use that people often ask about called git number, which I think I have a thing for. I find it really handy. So what it does is it puts a number next to each of the files in the status so that you can refer to them by name rather than having to copy and paste or type out the entire path of each file that you're changing. Which I find that's pretty convenient. Okay, so if I say select star from C, I get the value here. Now, if I were to, as an example, insert into A values 2, and if I did the normal query, select star from A join B, now I'm going to get 2 rows, but the view is still just going to have 1 row because it hasn't gotten quote unquote refreshed yet. So I think I can say, is there like a refresh thing? Refresh materialized view C, I think. And then if I select, it's going to get both of them. The thing is that neither of these things can be done as of system time, which is sort of sad. Or the refresh can. I wonder if the create can. I don't think the create can either, but I want to check. As of system time -1 second. Let's give it another name like D. So I think basically to make this work, we would have to do the same steps as we did last stream to make it work for create table. But since we know how it all works now, I feel like it should be really, really simple for us. So I want to just quickly do this. And this is how we're going to, I think this will be the last project we do on the stream today. But basically, we need to add a new clause here. So instead of just having create table here, we also need to have a create view. And we need to see if it's a materialized view. So if it's not materialized, we're going to leave. And if it is materialized, then we delegate to the source of the create view to see if it has an as of system time clause. Quick question. Have you run into any issues with Go's garbage collector when implementing a database? Bono Kazooie, I would say that yes and no. For the most part, the garbage collector works fine on the database. Like you'd imagine people get nervous like, oh, are you going to run into GC pauses and have issues like that? And I think that in general, the Go garbage collector is like pretty good for a service like a database because it's very low latency. It doesn't have big, long global pauses the way Java's garbage collector used to, and maybe still does. I haven't used their like newest garbage collector, to be honest, but I know the older ones had some pausing issues. So the Go garbage collector doesn't really have pausing issues. It does have a couple of other issues that we've started to contend with, which is like not like blocking latency, but like garbage recollection latency. In other words, how long does it take in between a bunch of memory being abandoned in the database before the garbage collector actually cleans it? And the reason that this can be a problem is that we do a bunch of work to manually track how much memory SQL queries end up using up to make sure that we don't run out of memory as a database, that we spill queries to disk when necessary. You know, it's very sophisticated for that stuff. You have to be really, really careful as a database since you're basically doing user-defined work that you might use a ton of memory. So you have to really be paying attention to how much memory you're using and, you know, either back off or spill to disk or do some fancy stuff to make sure that you don't and the trouble is that since we do a lot of this accounting by hand, if the garbage collector is slow to reclaim that memory, our accounting can get out of sync with reality, and that can lead us having out of memory style issues. We're still working on how to fix that, to be honest. It is a problem. So I guess the answer is yes, but not the ones that you might have thought that we ran into. I'm not sure what you were thinking, but yeah. Does that answer your question? Hey, Lucy. Nice to see you. Is it a problem for refresh materialized view as of system time if the schema of the table being read from at that timestamp is different than at view creation? That is a really good question. So in other words, distinct from our create table as problem, since the schema of the view might end up changing, what does that even mean? That's actually a really good question. I wonder what happens if you change the schema of a the backing table of a view and then refresh the view. It may not matter because I don't know. So we're gonna make, whoops. Uh-oh. So if I make a table A, I feel like it doesn't matter because the materialized view has to explicitly pin all of the columns that it's looking at. But what if we change the type? Okay, so we're gonna try something out. We're gonna say create insert into A values 1, 2, create materialized view B as select B from A. And then we're gonna say, okay, so let's check what our materialized view has. Select star from B. And then what if I say alter table A, alter column B, set data type string? Does that even work? Oh yeah, we've got this whole thing. So let's turn this on. So we've changed the data type. Is B now a string? Insert into A values 1, 2, foo. Okay, so then if we select star from our materialized view, we still have this 2 thing, which is an integer. Then what if I say refresh materialized view B? What's gonna happen? Okay, great. So this is a pre-existing bug. I find this exciting. Kind of feels like we've got to fix this separately. Good call to think of that. Java's PS mark sweep stops the world for the entire collection process, whereas G1 is more along the same goes GC, where it only stops the world for the actual reclamation process. Searching is done concurrently. ZGC, Shenandoah, or more. Yeah, exactly. I haven't used those newer garbage collectors. Bono says, I was thinking of the relationship between GC pauses and disk IO. Yeah, I don't think that particular thing really comes up. So I guess we should go ahead and file an issue for this problem because it's just such a simple little issue that it deserves a reproduction case. So this is, you can learn how to file an issue against CockroachDB if you feel like it. So we're gonna say SQL materialized views, or like, what should be, refresh materialized view encounters error if underlying data types change. The following statements produce an error, an internal error when run unexpectedly. Truthfully, I don't know what this sort of expected behavior is here. Like maybe you shouldn't be able to change the column type if it's dependent on by a view. I don't really know. We should probably figure out what Postgres does because we like to copy them for compatibilities perspective. So let's just basically copy this and we can clean up the transcript on the issue. All right, so I like to get rid of these timings because they're sort of noisy, I feel like, when they're on a report. Can get rid of these things. Can clean this up into a single line. We'll keep this just to demonstrate that, in fact, there is data in the materialized view. We run our alter table. We select star from our new table. Let's actually get rid of this. We'll insert some new data. We'll get rid of this. It's not necessary. And then we end up running refresh materialized view and get this internal error. What does Postgres do in this case? Let's find out. So we're gonna say create table a int I'm always making tables called A, so I've always got to drop them when I'm doing new demos. So I'll insert into A values 1. I'll alter, no wait, I'm gonna say create materialized view B as select A from A. Drop table B. Then I'm gonna alter table A, alter column A, set data type string. Wait, text in Postgres. Aha, so in Postgres, it seems like you're not allowed to alter such a data type because it's marked as used by a view or a rule. I think this makes sense as an error to get. You shouldn't really be allowed to change something that's getting depended on by a view in such a way. You know, this is probably similar to the way that we should behave if an ordinary non-materialized view changes its column type, but I feel like we probably don't respect that either. So we'll say create table A int, insert into A values 1, create non-materialized view B as select A from A, select star from B, and then if I say I have to set that experimental thing, wait. If I do this, then I say alter table A, alter column type A, set data type string. Everything's just happy. Yeah, I feel like this should really return an error. Select star from B. This is now a different data type. It's honestly a little weird. And I guess this will probably still work. Hopefully it does. Yeah, so I guess that's just sort of an improvement that we should make. So back in our issue, we can say, by contrast, Postgres returns an error when you try to change the column of the underlying table because it's depended on by a materialized view. Does the same go in Postgres for non-materialized views? Drop table B, drop materialized view B, create. Now let's, instead of saying create materialized view, let's just say create view. And then if I alter table, do I still get the same error? Yeah, it does. The same goes in Postgres for non-materialized views. Here's a transcript. Let's get our transcript here. Okay, so we're going to label this as a bug. We should never really be returning these internal errors. And who is responsible for this issue? I think the fact that I don't think, oh, you know what? I do believe we already have an issue for something like this called fine-grained view dependencies. Fine-grained view dependencies. Is this a thing? Meta issue to track view woes. Views do not track fine-grained dependencies. This seems to be closed, but it doesn't seem... It might be, maybe this is the issue that's related. I don't know. Well, I'm just gonna link this one and we'll see. This might be related to this issue. Okay. So that's, I mean, it's a little bit of a problem. But let's make the create materialized view thing work. And then we can think about how to improve situations about the type mismatch another time. So in the case of, I think what'll happen here is that since we have made this new switch, we see create view, it's materialized, we return this thing called backfill timestamp. We're going to fall into this switch, which is going to set the as of timestamp for backfill to something. And I guess the missing piece now is that inside of our create view code, we have to sort of follow the pattern that we did in create table in this PR in the first place, which was to grab that timestamp and like thread it through stuff, something like that. Creation time. And where do we pass this creation time into? New table desk if as. I wonder if there's a similar thing inside of create view. Or is there a create materialized view node that we should be looking at? No, there isn't. If n.materialize, then blah, blah, blah. Is materialized view true? Create as of time. Okay, so I guess this is sort of the thing that we've got to mess with, right? I think when we thread this creation time into this function, all we're really doing with it is setting the create as of time. Pretty sure. New table desk. Init table descriptor. Okay, it's a deep stack. We're setting both the modification time and the create as of time. I'm not sure if we need to set both of them. But I mean, basically what we do is we'll say if n dot, wait, if params dot p dot semicontext dot as of system timestamp for backfill is not nil. I guess we can say we'll just say desk dot create as of time is equal to this thing again. I think we have to dereference this because it's a pointer and it expects a non-pointer. Okay. That's actually quite a bit simpler than in the non-materialized view case for some reason. Don't know why. So I guess we'll put a quick comment here. If we're performing a create materialized view as of system time, set the create as of time to be the historical, the user specified timestamp. This will cause the backfill to be performed at that timestamp. And I think in this case, we probably have the same situation as we did earlier, which is that planning has to happen in the past as well. But I think that we're good on that front because the code that we added today, I think will also get used here. So I think honestly, if we just recompile, that might have kind of done it, maybe. Hey, C Films, he's back, or she. So then to make refresh happen, I think we'll actually have to do something a little bit more tricky because the as of system time clause isn't like allowed on the refresh materialized view statement, which means that we would have to modify the parser. So I think here we would have to put, where does that go? As of system time. Where does that live? Is it as of clause? think it's as of clause. Opt as of clause, right? The stream's going pretty good, dude. Thanks. I think we want this as of clause here. Hey, Gyro W, you're also messing with grammar files. That's pretty exciting. This grammar file right here. This is it's like a bear of a grammar file, but it works. So we're gonna add an as of clause to this statement, and then we're gonna say as of 7 dot as of. Is that how we do it? As of clause, like this. Okay, so first of all, while this is going, why don't we first quickly test our create materialized view as of system time implementation. So we're gonna say create table a int, insert into a values 1. We're gonna select our timestamp. We're gonna insert into another values, and then we're gonna say create materialized view v as select a from a as of system time, and then we can specify this timestamp to see what happens. Hoping this will work. We expect to see no error, and also that the materialized view only contains value 1. Okay, instead we see a big fat fun error. So it looks like maybe a transaction was nil or something like that. I wonder if it's because the stuff that we added to set the transaction timestamp was a special case just for create table or something. No, it's not.
Computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Hey, Notorious Engineer, thank you for the follow. Yours is 120 lines at the moment. You're making a mini Ruby interpreter, but not as far to get an AST. That's cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. What's the use case of as of system timestamp? It is exactly that, Andy Techie. It's exactly a little bit of time traveling in the database. And the reason that we support it, I guess there's a few reasons. I think one of the primary reasons that we support it is so that you can read a table that's sufficiently far in the past so that it doesn't interact in a contentious way with ongoing transactions. So because Cockroach is always a serializable isolation database, it means that if you're doing like a lot of traffic, like a mutation traffic, inserts, deletes, updates on a table, and at the same time, you're trying to like scan over the entirety of that table, one or more of those transactions is going to have to restart or get blocked, or sort of, there's going to be conflicts, and conflicts cause contention, and contention causes slowness. And so one reason to use as of system time is to make it so that those big scans happen in a way that does not contend with the ongoing traffic. So it's a way to get slightly stale data without having to worry about conflicting with live traffic, if that makes sense. I think theoretically you could also use it if you really wanted to get data in the past, but it's not clear whether that's like an actual thing that people would want it for. Because yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's databases like Datomic that preserve all of the changes to a particular table. I don't think that that's really the intent of this thing, nor would it perform particularly well. Like we clear out the revisions of each table after a particular, or like if they're older than a particular timestamp. By default, I think it's 24 hours is the interval that we store the versions for. And I think if you set that value to be really high, things would sort of still work, but they would become really underperformant. Because of the way that we store data in the database. Okay, so why is this happening though? Maybe it's that, let's take a look at this. So it's transaction.go 911. Yeah, so it is that the transaction itself is nil. That's kind of fun. So I guess like presumably it's because up here we screwed something up. So let's go back to line 938 here. Wait, is that right? It's presumably because whatever we're doing here isn't working properly. Oh, well, this code that I wrote makes no sense, does it? This code makes 0 sense. This needs to say historical TXN. Right? We're setting... What did I do? I don't understand how I did that and how the other tests were continuing to pass. That makes no sense. So we're setting original TXN. This is just too confusing. Let's just keep it as 2 separate lines, honestly. So original TXN is equal to planner TXN. And then planner TXN is equal to historical TXN. And then we reset it down below. Okay, let's try that again. This is not a real thing. Okay, so it's recompiling this grammar stuff because we changed the grammar and we didn't finish. So let's quickly go and fix that. So we need to add a field in our AST for refresh materialized view. This needs to have an as of clause member variable. I feel like it takes a while to recompile everything when you change the grammar because it's such like it's a package that like nearly everything depends on. Okay, let us try again. And here we've got to substitute our actual system time that we selected. That needs to have a 2020, not 020. Okay, so as of system time must be provided on a top level statement. So that gets set when? That's the sort of thing that we try to avoid by only setting this thing, I thought. So I guess this is saying that both as of timestamp for backfill and as of timestamp were set to nil, but we still have an as of clause. It's kind of weird. Kind of says to me that we didn't properly recurse in our as of method, which is supposed to like avoid this problem. It's saying if we have a create view and it's not materialized, leave. If it is materialized, then we say is as of, and we go into the as source. I feel like that is right? Oh, wait a minute. No, I think that is right? So there's no as of here, right? It's like when we parse this as of system time, it's definitely getting kind of attached to the from of this select statement. So I'm actually a little surprised. When do we run this thing? Is as of. You know what's kind of weird is that before, when you ran into that crash, we got all the way down to execution. Oh, I think I know what it is. I forgot another step, which is that there's two places in which we end up planning the select. One is at the top when we're figuring out how to run the create altogether, but then the other one is in the backfill. And I think we haven't modified the backfill to remove its own as of system time clause, which was a necessary step that we had to take for the create table as version. So let's see, backfill should be like backfill materialized view, right? And I thought that in some case, yeah, where was that thing where we, there's like ignore as of, or skip as of system time. I added this new format flag, which is, yeah, this is gonna be right. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is where we end up writing down the backfill that we're supposed to be performing. We end up removing the as of system time clause, so that when we serialize it, it's not there. And I think we need to do the same thing for our create view statement. Which I guess is kind of weird, because it kind of feels like what we have to do is edit the view query, right? Because unlike this as of system time, I mean, create table as, we actually end up storing the view definition, which kind of means that I think by default, the view would contain as of system time, which feels very wrong. So I do think that we need to like remove the as of system time-ness from this view query, which means like maybe it comes all the way from the top. You've got to go all the way up to this thing. Where do we set this? Everyone here is a rubber duck. Yeah, exactly. It's the dream. You guys are really helping me. A mega public rubber duck. That's quite apt. Yes, I think this is pretty relevant. I think in this case, we sort of have to like silence the as of things. Don't include any as of system. Whoops, that is any as of system time clauses. Why removing the system timestamp from the view query? It's because we really want to make it so that, I mean, it's kind of a good question. I think basically it's like when we create this materialized view, it may be that we want it at this moment at a particular timestamp, but then when we refresh it later, we probably want to be able to pick a new timestamp. And if we were to include the as of system time timestamp in the view definition, then it would stay that way forever, which feels wrong. It kind of feels like you should be able to have a non-materialized view that's pinned to a system time. But if it's a materialized view, then we want to strip out the as of system time, I think. CSC Films, thanks for stopping in. So actually, I think that's a good point. So it's sort of like if cv.materialized, whoops, if cv.materialized, but how do you know later on which system time the materialized view got created as? Yeah, we need to sort of later on in terms of what? Like in the code that's backfilling it, or from a user's perspective? From a user's perspective, they won't know, but I think that that's fine. Because materialized views are always out of date. You know, they don't stay up to date. Yeah, I don't think that from a user's perspective, it really matters. I guess we can say format flags is equal to tree.format parsable. Do you have an auto refresh of a materialized view in Cockroach? We don't have that right now. What's a materialized view? No, it's a standard SQL feature that allows you to have a view that is stored as a table, basically. The purpose is so that you don't have to rerun the view query to query from it. It's a little bit of a controversial feature, I'd say, because refreshing it can be really expensive and slow, and the materialized views can get out of date. There's other products out there in the world that allow you to incrementally update those materialized views, which are pretty cool products. Cockroach doesn't know how to do that though. Yes, materialized view is it's not, I wouldn't say it's O of 1 because, but yeah, I mean, more or less it's like, or an ordinary table. So whatever you want to call the big O of an ordinary table of as. Yeah. So then our view query is just going to be the same thing, except we'll pass in our format flags like so. Okay, so the thing that I think is still missing though is that we've got to pass in the timestamp to the backfiller. I don't remember how we did that before. But we can do it, I think. Maybe backfill create table as. How do we know? Yeah, the table.create as of time. Okay, so we already have all the information that we need. I think literally all we needed to do is that one thing, prevent serialization of this as of thing. So let's rebuild now.
Computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Should probably make this into a test now. Sebilon321, thank you for the follow. Okay, so that seems to work. And let's see if it contains 2 or not. Hopefully it does not. Nice. So the next step is going to be making the refresh materialized view also accept an as of system time that does something. Right now, I think we just made it accept the as of system time, but it won't do anything. So we could say refresh materialized view v as of system time, and then pass in the same timestamp. This should do something. I think today, since we didn't actually implement this syntax, it's just going to refresh it and it'll include 2. But at least it parses. Okay, so yeah, exactly as I suspected. So now I think the only thing we need to do, and then we should be pretty much done with this project, is to pass through that timestamp everywhere, like we do in these other cases. So I think to make that happen, it's again going to this is as of guy, and adding a new case for refresh. So we'll put it down here, I guess. So if I see a tree.refresh materialized view, and then what I will do is I'll say return is as of, and then pass in the, wait, is this what we want? No, I think in this case, we actually just want to set our as of, like so. So we'll say if s.asOf.expr is equal to nil, then return nil 0 nil. Otherwise, we just set our as of here and then continue down. I think that's the pattern to follow, right? Okay, and then in our actual refresh materialized view file, we need to do something tricky, right? How does this work? I think we set the as of. So we say if n dot, wait a minute, do we need to like, I guess we need to propagate this thing somehow. Or do we have the AST in here? We do. That's pretty cool. Cockroach is an OLTP database. It's not designed to be an analytics database. It's sort of a general purpose database, which means that you can use it for analytics queries, but it's definitely not, its strengths are not in analytics queries. It's not meant to compete with the likes of Snowflake or Redshift or those kinds of things. It's more supposed to be like a, regular OLTP database. Yeah, so I think we're missing sort of a thing where we like, yeah, wait, I'm confused. Where do we get the timestamp for this thing again? In create view? Oh yeah, it's right. We already have it set here. Okay, so we don't even need to look at our own AST. We can literally just say if params.p.semicontext.as a timestamp for backfill is not equal to nil. Right, so then we say var wait a minute. Did I do this right over here? Yeah, I did. I mean, it's basically like this exact same thing. So I'll just add a copy of this. I think I'll pull this refresh object out. Refresh. Pull this out, bring this down here. And then I'll say, if we have an as of timestamp, then we're gonna set the refresh proto. We were gonna set its as of timestamp to this thing. Otherwise, we'll set its as of timestamp to the current transaction timestamp, like things are normally. Okay, and I think that'll probably do it, right? I feel like it's really that easy, or it should be. Let's find out. I think this could be pretty cool. This could be pretty cool. Honestly, it doesn't really seem clear to me that refresh materialized view, well, do people expect that refresh materialized view will happen as of the current timestamp that it's executed at? It's like kind of unclear. I guess they probably do, right? It's not like we can just silently make the timestamp a little bit in the past. I think people wouldn't like that, but it'd be nice because it would just make things conflict less, right? That's the whole idea of this. Sort of annoying that people have to remember to specify it. It's a little bit frustrating. Okay, so let's try it out. We will just create a table, insert some data into the table. Why don't we do this twice? We'll select 2 timestamps so we can make 2 points to test at. So we'll say select now, grab a timestamp. We're going to insert some new data. So we'll insert 3. Then we'll select now again. Then we'll insert 4. And so first what we'll do is we'll say create materialized view v as select a from a as of system time, and we'll grab our first point. So after the first value is inserted, but before the second 2 are. We'll select star from v to make sure that it just has 1 row. Now we can refresh it at various different timestamps to see what happens. So if we refresh it now, so without an as of system time, let's see what happens. Refresh materialized view v. This should give me 3 values. Okay, very good. And if we refresh it as of system time, the first timestamp, we should get, that is not good. So relation v does not exist. Relation v does not exist. So I guess that's saying oh, you know, it's kind of funny. I think in this case, we don't want to do that planning thing that I was talking about originally. With the fix that we had to do for create means that we plan the entire statement as of the system time. But I think for refresh, it's actually different. We don't want to do that. That kind of sucks. It's going to be pretty confusing. Let's just hack it into place for now, and then we can try to think of a more general way of representing this later. But essentially, like here, this is so janky. It's like we don't actually want to do this stuff if we're doing a materialized view refresh. No. Pretty unfortunate. The materialized view didn't exist at the time you're trying to refresh it to. Yeah, I think the issue, right, exactly. The materialized view itself. And the reason that that's important is that the materialized view is the relation that stores the definition of its own view in a sense. So even though create materialized view worked at this particular time stamp, refresh will not, because, well, if you read the descriptor at this time, it won't even have existed yet. So we need to read the descriptor as of the current system time and then perform the backfill as of the system time that's specified. How internally does it work with the past system time and which records are in? Does it read some kind of transaction log? So you're talking about how the time travel query stuff works. The way that that works is that our data is stored with an MVCC timestamp, which is multi-version concurrency control. And basically it just means that every key in the database is stored alongside a timestamp at which it was written. And if you want to do an as of system time timestamp, it changes the thing that reads those keys to, instead of just taking the most recent value of every key, it takes the most recent that's less than or equal to the timestamp that you specified. So I think we need, this is gross. We just need like another sort of value that comes out of this is as of thing. Which is like, I guess we can just add a third type to this as of timestamp type thing. instead of just having transaction timestamp and backfill timestamp, we can add like, I guess we really need backfill timestamp and backfill and plan timestamp or something. And then, so for create table, we need backfill and plan. For create view, we need backfill and plan. And for refresh materialize view, on the other hand, oh, wait. Oh no, but I sort of made a mistake here. In this fall through case, it's actually a little bit different. We can't just fall through because we're always going to return transaction timestamp. Wait a minute. So does that mean that what I did just doesn't make any sense? It's very possible. So hold on a minute. I think we might not need to introduce this new type just yet. Let me undo that real quick. We may or may not. I'm not sure. But we just need to give this whole thing like an actual college try, so to speak. I think what we need to do here is probably say, maybe what we'll say is like timestamp type. We'll set a default up here is equal to transaction timestamp, most, well, whatever. We forget the comment. I don't even know what I would write there. So then down here, we'll write timestamp type. And then here we get to say timestamp type is equal to backfill timestamp. Okay, let's try this now. I like hot Cheetos. How does it return the value at a given time if the value is updated? Yeah, so that's what I was kind of trying to say with this MVCC concept. MVCC stands for multi-version concurrency control. And what it means is that it's sort of a technique. And what it means is that when you store a piece of data, alongside with that piece of data, you also store the timestamp at which it's written. And when you update something, you don't actually delete the old value. You only add a new value with a new timestamp. And so that means that you're going to keep accumulating these keys, this data. And when you actually go to read the data, you have the choice of which piece of data to retrieve. Is it the latest one, or is it some other one that comes before? And so if you use as of system time, it's going to not allow you to pick the latest one. It's going to force you to pick the earliest or the most recent piece of data that's at or before the user specified timestamp. And you also might wonder, like, okay, well, if you keep adding keys when you're editing data and you're never deleting them when you do an update, like, doesn't the database just grow forever? And the answer to that is it doesn't grow forever because we have a process called garbage collection that comes by periodically and removes values that are older than a particular timestamp when they're not the latest ones. And by default, that happens like a key is deleted if it's not the newest key and it's earlier than 24 hours before the most recent one. But that's all configurable by what we call zone configs. And zone configs, it's sort of a configuration language that allows you to specify things like that on a, per cluster basis, per database basis, per table basis, et cetera. So it's sort of a hierarchical configuration method that allows you to control various things like this. Hey, JB Pratt, yeah, model view controller, exactly. So let's try this again. Whoops, and we'll see if that fixes it. So let's see, we're gonna make a table. We'll insert into table values 4. We'll select now. We'll insert into table values 5. And then we're gonna say, okay, so we'll say create materialized view as select A from A. Need to give it a name. Then we're gonna say refresh materialized view as of system time. Then we can specify our old value and see what that gets us. Need to specify the name of the view. Okay, it's the same thing. Yeah, I thought that would be the problem. So I did have a bug, but it also doesn't matter because I still have essentially the same problem. I think I do need to introduce a third type. So backfill and plan timestamp. Backfill and plan timestamp is an as of system time query that requires that a backfill has a pinned timestamp, as does the planning phase of a query. What's up, Greg Tito? If you allow refresh materialized view at earlier times, would it bypass any preventative checks done against dependent table schema changes, since the dependent tables could have different structures at earlier times? Interesting point. Yo, Thrashing Code, thanks for the follow, by the way. So wait a minute. So Greg, you're saying that, are you talking about permissioning? Are you talking about, it's true that the schema is going to be interpreted as of the system time that you specify, but I think that that's actually fine. We looked at a case like this earlier. There's kind of a bug in our refresh materialized view implementation already because of this. It doesn't like if you change dependent column types. But in general, I don't think it should really matter, because yeah, unless you use select star, which we also ban. So you always have to specify a particular set of, you have to, the fix for that bug was to prevent schema changes. This would bypass that fix. I don't think I know quite what you're talking about. You're maybe saying, okay, let me think. You're saying that like, if we made it so that you can't change the column type of a table that the view depends on, which is the thing that we would like to do, I think that would be fine, because that would happen sort of in the present in a sense. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, that's very interesting. That's a very, very good point. I see what you're saying now. So if you ordered it in a funny way, so you made a table, you changed its column types, you made a materialized view, and then you refresh the materialized view from before the materialized view is created. Ooh, you're totally right. Okay, so I think what we need to do is actually, we need to make it so that you can't do an as of system time refresh from before the table existed, which kind of implies that this is sort of correct then, you know? It kind of implies that this behavior is correct. Greg, very, very insightful. Thank you so much for noticing that. That is a good point. It's a good error. So you know what would be more interesting then? Let's just check to see whether things work today in a sense. So let's say, and by today I mean like in the future time after the view was created. So if I say insert into, what's in A right now? So let's start from A. So two things. So if I say refresh materialized view V just right now, we should see two values. And then I'm going to say select now. And then I'm going to say create or insert into A values 6. And then I say, okay, we'll do refresh materialized view no as of. We should see 3 values. And then if I say refresh materialized view as of system time that we pin, then we should see 2. And that's actually the correct behavior. And I think that will work here. Need the as of. Okay, well, this apparently did not work, but that's cool. That just means that we've got an actual bug. I think that's a good point. That is a good error. Let's undo this for sure. You're totally right that we should undo this. It doesn't make any sense. You can only refresh a materialized view after you created the materialized view. I think that's a reasonable policy. Okay, so then the question is like, why did this not work? That is a better question, I feel like. I think it just means we didn't do this thing quite right. Get rid of that. Who ends up using this in the end? I think that this is the right spot, right? It's like, this is what we're using. I think this feels like this should kind of be right, honestly. Unless we didn't set this earlier. I mean, maybe we need to just add some logs to make sure that we actually did it. Right, like this sort of should happen. Is it me or is it Programming patterns like MVC or factories just badly taught at college, university. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I never got courses in that stuff. I feel like I picked all that stuff at the job. I don't know. I think they're sort of trying to fix that. Like there's this thing called HDTP. Have you heard of this book? How to Design Programs. They started using this at my school, University of Chicago, instead of more theoretical text for Intro CS. And I think this is pretty practical. It talks about how to make software and not necessarily just like how to do theoretical stuff. But I don't know. I'm not too connected with the teaching. Get someone with experience to review your code. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Why did this not work though? Huh? Let's see. So if I see refresh materialized view and it's a non-nil as of, and I set it, I set my timestamp type to be backfill timestamp, then I leave, right? Guess we should add some logging, right? We'll just print something out. For create view as of system time, you're reading the dependent table schema at the timestamp, not the current timestamp. Yes, exactly. So that was what we mostly spent time doing today, trying to figure out how to make that work. And the solution that we ended up on is making it so that the entire planning phase of the query runs as of the system time that was specified. The execution of the query runs as of the current time, and the backfill runs at the as of system time that was specified. So even if you restrict refreshes to timestamps later than the create view timestamp, couldn't the dependent column still be dropped in the meantime? Yes, that is true. So that I'm treating that as sort of a separate bug. I guess it sort of feels to me like that issue that we saw with the alter column type messing stuff up and the column dependencies being dropped. That feels like a separate kind of issue that should be prevented by making sure that you can't drop or alter columns that are dependent on by views at all. But that's sort of, to me, that feels like it should be on the alter table side of things and not on the refresh materialized view or create materialized view side of things. I don't know. Right? So you're saying like, wait, I think we need a table with 2 columns. Can you drop all the columns of a table? Alter table A, drop column A. Guess you can. That's hilarious. A columnless table. That is truly bizarre. Okay, so we'll alter table A, add column A int, create materialized view V as select A from A. And then I think right now if I said alter table A, drop column A, I feel like this just wouldn't work, right? And so I feel like, doesn't it seem like this prevents the bug that you're talking about? Or wait. I feel like there still might be issues, right? Well, drop the column at timestamp 2, and then you do create view as of system time 1. I see. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna insert into A values 1, 2. We're gonna select now. This is our as of system time 1. We're gonna alter table A, drop column B. We're gonna select now. This is our second timestamp. We're gonna alter, wait, we already did that. Now we're gonna say create materialized view V as of system time. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. This could be troublesome for sure. Wait, what? Oh, as select A from, I guess I could say select A, B from A. Oh, that is really confusing. Yeah, then I could just say, even just doing refresh materialized view right now, I think we'll screw everything up, right? No, it didn't. How is that even possible? That's extremely disturbing. Wait, what? Wait, does that make sense? That does not make sense. Wait. Did I? Oh, I never dropped the column. Shoot, I never dropped the column. I just... Okay, let's start over. First, let's gonna do sets equals safe updates equals false to get rid of that. We're gonna create table. We're gonna insert. We're gonna select now. Then we're going to alter table A, drop column B. Then we're gonna say create materialized view B as select A, B from A as of system time. Oh my God, this is like really horrific. Truly horrific. Okay, now if we say refresh materialized view V, everything should really blow up, right? Oh, geez. Okay, so what would be the solution for this? Maybe, maybe we need to like prevent. Do we need to prevent asking for a materialized view on any tables as of a system time that precedes their most recent modification? I feel like it has to be something like that, right? Because we have all of these protections against alter that can't possibly look into the future. So it kind of feels like if you do a create materialized view as of system time, you have to, for every dependent table, check that there have been no modifications to that table since the time that you're creating them as. That's horrible. Ugh. Maybe we need to write this into a to-do and like make this a separate PR. I sort of thought that I could get this into the same PR as the create table as of system time, but I feel like given this knowledge, we need to do something a bit more sophisticated. Maybe that's not so bad. I guess I don't really know how that stuff works, but maybe it's possible without too much trouble. I'm not sure. Yeah. What should I do? I think I might want to hang up this hat pretty soon for a bit. What's the difference between refresh materialized view versus just drop/add table? I don't think that there is a significant difference. The only difference is that with refresh materialized view, it remembers the way that you created the view, whereas with drop add, you'd have to re-specify the whole create table as clause every time, I guess. But I don't think that there's like a significant implementation detail. It's really the same thing under the hood, I think. Okay, I'm gonna put a little to-do here, which is like, oh man, I don't even know how you do this. We do use that to implement refresh. I mean, it's really the same thing under the hood. The difference is that like, oh, I see what you're saying. I guess the problem is that like, you don't expect to be able to change the schema of a materialized view. I think that's a semantic difference. Like, it isn't possible for a materialized view to change its schema after you call refresh on it. Whereas drop add table, that could change its schema, and that would be sort of legal. And that's why this bug came up. It's because we sort of memoized the schema of the materialized view. And then when we try to actually reinsert data into it, everything kind of is unhappy. So where would I even put such a to-do, right? If the as of system time value here is older than the most recent schema change to any of the tables that the view depends on, we should reject. Oh, wait, this is not in, this should be in create view. We should reject this update. I guess another way to do this would be to do the planning at the current time, like we did before we did all this messing around on stream, and then validate that the plan is the same on the backfill. That could have been that could be a much simpler way of doing this stuff that I feel like would have the same results, right? In other words, we would so in these backfill operations, wait, what is it called? Maybe backfill or something? Maybe backfill, create table as, backfill query into table. Yeah, like what if we, so you see this is this callback result writer. This is what we do. Every row that we get back from the backfill query is sent to this little callback. And I think what we could do is like validate. Maybe we should really do it even before then. Really what we should do is, I mean, the plan will have the columns that it's going to return, right? So it's like local planner dot cur plan dot something called plan columns, right? Plan columns. Backfill calls is equal to this. Then I think, wait, is this not a thing? How do I do this again? Mem? Wait, how do I? Plan, maybe physical? Wait, how to? Man, I like completely forget how to do this stuff. How do I get the plan columns out? Something changed. Something definitely changed. And now I don't remember how to do that. Could have sworn that we have something still called plan columns, don't we? Yeah. I see, but it's... main. Dot plan calls. Okay, there we go. So that was just a little bit gross, but okay, so we can get our backfill calls like this. Then we should really check to see whether the columns that the backfill query returns are identical to the columns of the table that we're expecting to insert into. If not, the schema of the, I guess it's, I don't really know how to explain this. It's sort of like, if not, we should bail out is the point, but it's really that we collected the information for the Yo, 5 aces, what's going on? How could you forget the word main? It's so simple. We just need to bail out. It probably indicates that we're doing a backfill at a timestamp at which the inputs to the backfill, oh my God, how do I explain this? No, at which the schema of the inputs to the backfill were different than the time at which we planned this schema change. I mean, that's basically like correct. I don't know. I don't know if it really is like completely comprehensible or not, but I feel like it's right. Okay, so then how do we actually implement this? We have to compare these columns to the table descriptor that we've gotten in our result columns. Can we get the result columns from a table descriptor? We have columns, but they're not the same as, this is gross. I mean, I guess we could just do it by hand. I feel like that might be the easiest thing to do. Are they in the same order even? Like, I don't know. For example, like when we got that weird error that we saw before, where did that error even come from? Generate insert row. Datum row converter? Bulk row writer. Where does this stuff all come from? I don't even know. Truthfully, I don't know. But I think, anyway, it's just kind of too bad. Is this where we do this validation? It's complicated to try to figure out the mapping between the columns of a plan and the columns of a table, unfortunately. You know, I don't think that it's enough to just loop over them because, well, maybe it is. I think we would just need a way to get, yeah, it's like, what is the order of the columns? I always forget how this works exactly. Ugh. I guess we could just sort of try it, see what happens. What's up, the Ronin? Like, are these even in the... Like, wasn't there some ordering thing that we did? Wait. I think what we were... I think this was sort of the right thing to be looking at, right? Shouldn't this whole giant mess know how to do this stuff? Going to be starting a new job and need to ramp up on Go? That's super cool. What's your new job about? Oh, but you know what's interesting is I think that these columns are sort of in order in a sense, right? Infra engineering out west. Wow. That's such a romantic concept. Go west, young man, to infrastructure land. Like, I feel like there's something scary with the ordinals. The ordinals. I don't really understand how I can figure out whether these things match. I don't know. Like, I almost feel like, shouldn't this thing kind of know too? Like, the problem I'm having is that, you know, this bulk backfill query thing, like, it might return columns in a different order than the columns of the table that we're trying to insert into. And I feel like at this point in the code, we don't really know what the mapping is between those ordinals. So it's kind of just shocking that there isn't something where we validate that those things are all the same, you know? Like, what do we do with this guy? The only thing we do is pass it into this thing? Just feels like we should also pass it into this. And verify that it would work as if we just sort of did it as an insert or something like that. I don't know, guys. This is feeling like I'm running out of steam for this project right now. I think what this means is that it's time to stop this project. I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna wrap it up. Gonna wrap it up. We get now an understanding why materialized views are quite limited in traditional, but also in newer ones like Snowflake. Yeah. Let's try to make some commits out of this stuff, I guess. Well, we've got to fix this. Okay, so let's drop this, drop this. Don't want this. Do you want this? Don't want this. 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 This is just some work in progress. It's broken. Okay, so we just want to quickly amend this little bug fix to our original commit, push that. And then we're going to make a new branch for our view as of system time. So git checkout -b view AOST. We're going to add everything. So we'll add this, add all of this. Don't care about this. Take this one. 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 Skip this because it's broken. Take this. Okay, so here we'll say SQL work in progress, add AOST capabilities to mat views. Have I tried a split ortholinear? What do you think it is that I'm using right now, my dude, Mr. Rackman? Check it out. I even have a command for that. Wavy wavy row black magic. My understanding was that ortholinear just meant that like the columns of the keys were vertically oriented, which they are. It's true that they sort of like the rows aren't straight across, but the columns are. I don't know. I thought that it just meant the columns. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Release note. None. Well, I guess I'll add the release note. Release note. SQL change. Add AOST capabilities to materialized views. This is a work in progress to add AOST to materialized. Well, let's just phrase it as if it works. Add the ability to create and refresh materialized views as of system time. The purpose of this is to allow the expensive backfill operations to happen at a timestamp in the past to avoid contention. Currently, this is a little bit broken because schema changes of the backing tables of the views can wreak havoc when performed at different system times. Let's like quickly write a test for this so we can remember the good contribution, or not contribution, but good suggestion that Lucy made earlier in the chat. So I just want to write that down before we forget it. Refresh. Is there not a materialized view test? Here it is. Okay. So let's make a quick test for this. So it's going to be create table a int, statement okay, insert into a values 1. Then we're going to say let ts select now. So then we will, okay, wait, we actually need 2 columns, right? A and B, values 1, 2, select now. We'll say statement, okay, alter table A, drop column B. And then we're gonna say statement, okay, create materialized view V as select A, B from A as of system time TS. And then statement, okay, refresh materialized view. So I think basically like we need to say to do Jordan, this should fail. We should not permit creating a materialized view at a timestamp that's before the most recent modification of the tables that it references. Alternatively, we should return an error at planning time of the refresh statement, since its backfill query does not match the schema of the table that it's inserting into. I think that's like a pretty decent summary of the situation. So let's like run this test real quick. So tests files equals materialized view, test config equals local. So I'm expecting that this should fail with an error like we saw. And then we can maybe make a separate PR for this, and then maybe we can be done. And whatnot. Whoops, backfill calls declared and not used. What did I do? Get rid of that. Let's go ahead and git add 1, git commit amend, and we can stash this thing. Try again. Okay, dumb syntax problems. Okay, great. So we have this sketchy error. Why don't we encode this error into the, well, let's leave it as unencoded, I guess. This statement currently fails, but fails in a gross way, but it either should not fail or should fail in a non-gross way. Okay. So I'm going to make a new branch for this. Thanks, Saul. It's the old Kyle Sage switches. Okay, I think that it is time for me to stop programming. Okay, so you guys know the viral and super fun game Among Us? I'm thinking that I might try to play Among Us with my friends on stream right now. So if you're here for programming and you're not into me playing Among Us, which is a normal reaction, I would say, I wanted to say, appreciate you hanging out and chilling with me while I work on this project. And if you do want to stick around, I hope you do stick around, and we'll see how this goes. I think I'm really bad at lying, so we'll see how bad it is. Also, if you do want to, yeah, I don't know. Let's see how this goes. I'm going to take a short break, and then I'm going to come back and we can try some Among Us with my friends. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Okay, so let's change my category. The other thing that I have to figure out how to do is I have to, okay, so I play I play Among Us on my iPad. And so I've got to figure out how to set all that stuff up properly. I think I do know how to do it. So give me a hot second here. This might be super jank, honestly. But we'll see. So let's see. I've got to... Let's actually... Hold on.
Black.
Hello, friends.
Hello. Are we live right now?
Yeah, we're live right now. I need to figure out
I'm
how
about to proceed to break the Twitch terms of service.
Don't break my Twitch terms of service. I need to figure out how to make my iPad appear on my stream. So while I do that, I'm just going to mute myself or something. Okay. I don't know.
Wow, this seems like an ambitious project to do on the fly.
No, I think we can do it. Because I think I've done it many times before for other things. I just need to go to...
Yeah. I think if we all work together, we can accomplish this.
I don't know how we work together, but I like to
No, I think I'm an integral part of this process.
Joel or 2%, have either of you played Genshin Impact?
No,
I
want to.
But I have
yeah.
Wait, did you say you don't want to or you do want to?
I do want to. I just haven't had time.
Not wanting to is a very reasonable stance to take, I think.
Have you played it?
I'm playing it as we speak.
Oh, how do you like it?
It's very strange. I think I like it.
Yeah.
Well, there's like a floor on how bad it can be, right? Because so much of it is just lifted from Breath of the Wild. And like Breath of the Wild is really good. So that's just like, it's going to be good. But then it has very strange RPG mechanics that I don't really...
Notice about like the monetization model.
Yeah. That's kind of shitty.
Yes. Kind of shitty, yes.
Do you guys think that we have enough people to play this game?
I don't know.
5 people?
Doesn't seem like it yet.
I mean, if you have one killer...
We could get Raphael, I bet. Perhaps. We'll probably get Bilal. I can ask Alex.
Ask Alex.
By the way, if there's any... hold on, actually, wait a minute. This is confusing. I'm really bad at this, you guys. If there's any CRL people who are on the stream right now who feel like playing Among Us with some CRL people, you can DM me and I'll invite you. Yeah.
This is weird because I went to go view your stream and there's an ad for Libby Pichu playing.
There's an ad on my stream?
Yes.
That's weird.
Wait, Twitch streamers take out ads on Twitch?
No,
Oh,
no.
I think it's actually an Avengers ad, but it had Libby Pichu.
Oh.
So
That
I
is
thought I
equally
joined the wrong
strange.
stream.
Maybe not equally strange.
Avengers?
How far off are we from like Super Bowl ads featuring like Ninja? That must have happened already, right?
That must have happened.
They
Yeah,
have.
There's no way that wouldn't happen.
I feel like there's a lot of Twitch streamers that are in like advertising. I don't know. Like I think I see a lot of ads with Dr. Lupo. He's like brushing his teeth or something. I don't know.
Oh,
weird.
he does the what is it? The shaving commercials too.
Yeah, exactly.
The Gillette, what something?
Something like that. Where are gamers?
I
Here.
Googled this, Justin, and I found an article titled Peyton Manning will call Ninja a video game master in a Super Bowl ad.
Oh God.
When is that from? Is that from like, is that this year?
2019.
Justin, did you see Simply's video on about his song?
I saw the video and it looked like it was gonna be some intense stuff. Like he looked very serious in the thing.
No. Yeah.
And I clicked it and I was like, about my song, and I was like, okay, it's just some dumb stuff, so I didn't watch it. What was it just about?
Well, it's about his song. You know, like did he just like go on my sandwich? And he's like explaining the story behind it.
Yeah, I saw the video was 20 minutes long, so I was like, no thanks, Jeff.
That's intense. He has to get it out.
Is it a really long? Is it a complicated story?
I don't know. I didn't watch all of it because it was so long. I had like other stuff to do, but I watched like the first couple of minutes.
I'm not really equipped to like judge. Is Simply like good at rapping?
Huh?
He's entertaining.
I don't think particularly, but I mean, I don't know.
Guys, I feel like we don't have Among Us crew right now. I feel like it's just not going to happen.
That's likely.
Might not.
That's likely.
Might need to plan it.
Doesn't, yeah. A little too spontaneous.
Okay. I'm gonna play a game of Hades. Maybe if this works, we can do it later.
Okay, I'm gonna continue to be down.
Yeah, I'm pretty down.
Oh, this is just me. Wow. Like YouTube recommends like horrible things to me. I must be a horrible person.
Okay, bye guys. All right, we're gonna that was not a good strategy. We're gonna play one. We're gonna play one a game of Hades, and then maybe that will be the end of the day. Oh man, you know it's a great game. This game is so great. I think this is just like the greatest game. Let me change my stream title here. Okay. Map. That was we tried. It was a little bit ambitious. We're not a popular giant streamer, so we don't have any friends. Okay, so Hades. I think I'm gonna do a bow run. I'm pretty excited about this. I've unlocked a bunch of stuff. I have these companions now, which is kind of cool. Let me turn off the that background music too, right? We don't need that. Okay, so I've got these companions. I like to do this Pierce Butterfly thing. It's kind of fun. It's like it gives you a bunch of extra damage if you can clear a room without taking damage. I'm gonna use the aspect that lets you shoot all of your special arrows at the target that you last hit, which is super cool. Okay. Let's do this one. So I guess I need to pick more heat now, right? I need 5. This is gonna give me 6. I find this part of the game kind of irritating. I guess I'll take benefits package and extreme measures. Extreme measures gives you like boss changes, and the other one gives you like, I don't know. They give you some, the armored enemies have some like weird perks, they can teleport and stuff.
Olympus calls.
You do know that I'm married, don't you, love? I'd forgive you if you didn't.
Aphrodite. So beautiful. I did a bunch of runs recently with this crush shot thing. This thing is super strong. But I feel like guess I can take this one. I sort of wanted to do like an Artemis run, because I was reading online that if you do like all these arrows, you have criticals, it can be really cool. So maybe I don't really like any of these. Maybe I'll take crush shot again. It's sort of like a little shotgun thing. It's pretty good. Oh man, I'm not used to the bow. Okay. I really want to do an Artemis bow run. That seems to be the dream that I would love to try.
That was my keepsake.
Oh yeah, and if I can clear each room without taking damage, I get a little bonus. I need to try to do that, especially in the early rooms, which are pretty easy. All right, so your special deals +3 base damage for each consecutive hit. We definitely want that because of the way that our aspect, which sends all of your special hits at the same enemy. Super strong. You just shred through these little guys. So Zeus could be pretty cool if we got like a lightning effect on each of the special arrows.
Let's deal some death. Lord Zeus. This offering
We'll
is
give him a
what you try for
gift,
Uncle Zeus,
just
for
'cause
all
why
the
not?
lightning in-
So find a gift again, my dear nephew. The Lord and ruler of Olympus on the world, why, he needs a healthy sense of humor.
Okay, so I have Thunder Dash. These aren't that good. I think I'll take Thunder Dash. So every time I dash, it didn't change my attack, which is what I was sort of hoping for. This does mean that I can't use my Athena dash, which is really what I like to use the best. So do I even want to go to Athena right now? I feel like the answer is probably no. So I'll just take the gold. I do feel like this bow aspect is just so strong, it's like a little bit disturbing. I think I took damage by accident, so I didn't get the damage boost. Okay, so I can take extra life, don't need that. Treasure, Chaos Gate. I feel like I'll skip all that stuff. So we get an Ares. All right.
You and me.
So these guys, I think it's like a sort of a mini boss, but they're not that bad. They also don't have a hitbox except for the bombs that they throw. So it's pretty easy to avoid their hits as long as you're paying attention to the bombs. I guess I could be using this dash a lot more as like an aggro thing. I haven't really played too much with the Zeus dash.
That's what you get. Lord Ares, please accept this token of my deep appreciation for your generous support. An offering for the...
You will coronet.
Okay, so I can get attack, inflicts doom. I feel like I don't want that either. I feel like I'm just waiting for the good Artemis stuff for this bow build. I could get rid of kind of like Thunder Dash. I feel like man, these all kind of suck. I guess I'll just replace my Thunder Dash and keep hoping for something better. Honestly, like the only dash that I really know is the Athena one, so it's kind of fun to try to play with these different ones. I guess I sort of know the one that, what's his name? Poseidon? That one's pretty good.
Crushed.
Wow, that was kind of intense. Oh yeah, this thing. So I just unlocked this, and I've never been able to go in yet because I haven't had 5 heat. But now that I've got 5 heat, maybe I will try it. Not sure what it's gonna be like. Let's see what happens.
Here goes nothing.
Never been in here, so no idea what it's gonna be. Okay, I'm in Erebus.
Stop right there.
So I guess I just have to kill a bunch of enemies, huh? So far it doesn't seem so bad. It's kind of a small arena. Kill a bunch of people. They have a lot of health, but that was pretty easy.
The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the
Yo,
search.
Korean Doctor
How are you
Strange,
gonna do
thank you
that?
for the follow.
By guessing.
Concealed in the dark recesses of the underworld is the land of Erebus.
Erebus.
The dead await eternal sentencing. They long for the attention and good graces of their master, the Lord.
Kill all Joels. Absolutely, Korean Doctor Strange. I 1000% agree with you.
Come after me.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what do I want? I have 338 gold, which is not very much. Don't care about darkness. I guess I'll take these gems. This Erebus thing seems interesting, I guess. It's not as good as the Chaos Gates. I guess it's just sort of like extra... I don't really know what the point of it is, actually. It's just like an extra room. Maybe the ones... I think the way it works is that you get one per zone. So maybe the ones like at higher zones are way harder or something. Because this first zone is usually pretty easy. No! I like playing with the boon, or the whatever you call it, the keepsake that gives you extra damage per room that you win without taking damage, because it really incentivizes you to try to not take damage, which is something that I feel like is a good good thing to do. Good thing to do. Do I take these gems? Probably ignore that. I could go to... I think I'll do this. I feel like I haven't quite finished the story section of this guy.
Sisyphus, I know you tend to be in remarkably good spirits, all things considered, but there must be something I can do to help with your predicament, isn't there?
Oh, come now, Prince. Do Baldy and I look like we could use your charity? We're planning to stay put within this chamber for a while. It's hardly a predicament, I'd say.
what of the Furies and their torment?
Ah, yes, the Fury Sisters. Well, I wouldn't mind seeing them more infrequently.
Okay, so I guess I will take the coin, and I can still keep gifting to him. See, this is what I don't understand. Boldy, you can gift to him. If you do it,
May you roll smoothly for eternity.
you get like a little mini boon, but I'm just not sure if you ever fill any liking meters or anything like that. Like I don't think you really do, because he doesn't show up in these lists. So I think maybe what you do, it's just like if you gift to Boldy, then you end up with Heart of Stone, move speed bonus of plus 7%. I feel like that's the only effect, which is kind of good. I'm not sure if it's worth a nectar. It's very hard to say. Man, why are there so many of these little guys? This is like extreme. I feel like this is an abnormal number of these little guys, but I'm not sure. Uh-oh. Cannot take damage. Don't want to take damage.
Power of Thanatos.
Alright, so I think this is probably the last room before the boss, right? Still don't really need to buy anything, so we'll skip it and go right for the heart. Now we can go fight the Furies.
Hello.
I sometimes get confused, like which Fury am I supposed to be hitting? I think it's this one.
The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you gonna do that? By guessing.
Yo, Silent Slayer, thanks for the follow. I feel like I'm still shooting the wrong Fury. You know, I'm not using my cast at all. Okay. Could have gone worse. Could have gone better.
No murder. Found you.
All right, I think we're gonna keep our Thanatos thing for the damage. I don't think we need any of this stuff.
Time, Tartarus. There. Pop up here. Look at all that coin.
So we're gonna get a Poseidon boon. Kind of seems like we're not gonna get Artemis this game, which is fine. I do kind of want to do an Artemis run, but you know, can't always get what you want. What would I take if I wanted? What would be good? So Poseidon gives you pushback, right? And what do I need pushback for in this build? I like don't at all. I guess I could take the call. The call is super good. If they give me the call, I think I'll take that.
Whenever I encounter you, Uncle Poseidon, my spirits lift, and I feel there must not be.
I thought I told you, nephew. So, little Haiti.
I'm just like indiscriminately gifting everybody because, okay, so I can either do special. Yeah, I just don't think that this is the right thing for this build. This is terrible. I guess I'll take Hydraulic Might, which is really pointless, but guess I'll go Palm? I don't know. I'm feeling sad about this run so far. It isn't really as cool as I was hoping for. But we'll make it work. We will make it work.
My keepsake.
Okay, so we can power up our cast, which we're barely even using. We can power up Blade Dash. I feel like we could power up Blade Dash. So we're using that all the time. And here, I guess we'll take the gems. I just don't know, man. I feel like this run is weird. Like, not getting as many boons as I want. No. Really should be using my cast way more. It's so strong. The Aphrodite cast is like really, really powerful. Just does so much damage.
All clear.
Okay, so here we finally get something. So we can do the sort of duo situation. An Aphrodite and a Poseidon. I think we'll... What do we want? I don't even know, dude. Like, neither of these things. I don't want either of these. I guess we just have to do it at this point because we're not going to get that many more boons. I guess let's do... I want to do this one, the attack one, because I want to save the special for something that's really strong. So that's the one that gives me... I have all these hits for it, right? All right.
Sorry. Let's give her a show then.
I guess I can use this support thing. Ouch. Oh man, I'm getting totally crushed. No! Oh my god, it's like random death to a random level, that sucks. Oh well, that is okay. Ah, brutal. Guess I'll take duration? I don't know.
Strength and beauty.
This run is definitely like feels bad level run. All right. Well, I guess it's time to go for this or something. We can get this one, and then hopefully we'll get the one where Doom stacks. And then that should be at least decent, I guess. If I even survive. I feel like it's not a very survivable build right now. Take the extra health.
What lurks in the river Phlegathon?
Whoops.
Oh well.
Screwed something up there. Quite bad. Let's see. So I can take extra darkness. Don't care about that. Pomegranate or buy. Guess I just do buys. I think this is now right before the Hydra. Alright, so I can get more Aphrodite. I'll take the health.
Thank you, mate.
Do I even want Aphrodite? It's gonna give me a call. I don't need that. I'm just gonna go for the boss here.
Why, Lerner, you are looking positively fabulous, I have to say.
Okay.
You and me, Severed Hydra Head. Not yet.
Ah, man. Not doing well this game. If we can just manage to survive this without losing another death to fight, that'd be cool. All right.
Back to wherever your neck went. Mine.
Seems you're off to cooler climates then.
Okay, I think we should probably stop taking Pierce Butterfly at this point because we're not surviving anything any longer. Okay, we can take the extra death of buyback. And then let's go.
Next region.
Unlucky boons, yeah, absolutely. Truly crappy. Not what I was looking for. Okay, I'm gonna go for the Hermes. Try to get an extra dash at least.
Here I am.
I want to see if I can get the Doom stacks thing, because I feel like that would be at least passably good with this build.
Last one standing. This one's for you, Swifty.
My rule is not. You're the boss.
Rapid fire cast, pointless. Just one extra dash. Okay, whatever. I guess I'll just take that. Man, this run is not so good. Okay, let's see what should I expect to get from what's his name here. I kind of forget what the bow enhancements are. I honestly should have taken the Poseidon pushback on special. That would have been sick, now that I think about it. Because they would have gotten, like, ultra pushback. Like, feeling it on the attack feels really nice. And if it was on the special, it would have been quite good. I'll try to remember that for next time. Okay, so I get explosive shot, point blank shot, and flurry shot. Guess I could take flurry shot. I'm not using power shot. Point blank, it's not, I'm not gonna use that. Yeah, I feel like well, maybe I take explosive shot actually, because I feel like my sort of combo is like shoot once and then I do the special a couple times. So I'm gonna do explosive shot.
Deadlier than ever.
I feel like that'll be good. Oh yeah, I should be breaking pots right now because I've got the health in pots thing. Okay, so I guess I do pomegranate again.
Strength.
Probably will take the special, right? The special inflicts doom. I feel like that gets used quite a bit.
Powered up.
Ooh, here's where I take the Hades. Okay. Maybe we'll get lucky and get a good Hades boon. Is this Minotaur? No, this is the stupid... this thing. I hate this fight. should be using my cast more. Why am I not using my cast? I'm like nearly dead. Okay, duo. Doom effect continuously strike weak foes? That's kind of sick. I don't have a weak thing, but right, all I have is cast. I'll get this just for the prophecy.
Teamwork.
And then I'll try to use it, but I feel like I won't end up actually doing so. I'm like super dead though, I don't know. I feel like this is... See if I can recover.
More bright swords.
Okay, so I have to try to weaken them and then hit them with my special, I guess, and then it's like mega damage or something. It's kind of a lot to remember. Ouch. I feel like they'll actually be pretty good for bosses because I can focus them. But for just like normal enemies, it's like way too much to remember.
A gift.
Guess I could sell stuff I don't like. I don't know. Don't want to do chaos because I'll just die. Guess I'll take the Hermes.
Who dies next? Time for a boost.
Rapid cast, attack is faster. I think I'll take greater haste.
Time to go. Yum.
Keys or darkness. clear out how I am continuing to survive here. Probably regret saying that. No. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the run is saved or not. It's unclear. I'm just really not doing a good job here. Oh boy. I mean, I might run into, what's his name still? Probably not though. Isn't this the end? The last chamber? Yeah. Ah! Seems sketchy. Okay, an Aphrodite. I guess I take Aphrodite, see if I can get any more weak effects.
I'll pay for that.
When foes are slain, they damage nearby foes and inflict weak. Ooh, or I do Passion Dash. I get rid of Blade Dash. I switch to Passion. Then I get so much because of the Ares Aphrodite. Wait. Ares Aphrodite? Wait a minute. What is it again? It says... Yeah, it's Doom plus weak, right? I feel like I take this. Because then I can dash around and then special people and they're going to die. I'm going to try it.
I'm sure Lord Ares won't mind.
Can upgrade... Like, upgrade Curse of Pain again. I guess I still wish that I had the, I still wish that I had the, Doom stacks thing. That would really be ridiculous.
There is but one thing I shall give to you, but
I've no such fear.
to be destroyed. Are you prepared? I warn you, Sith. Gain no cruiser from me or my good companion over there. Are you enjoying yourselves in the stands?
Wow, okay, yeah, this does quite a bit of damage. Minotaur's already at half. I'm not being very careful.
Your next king.
Ouch.
No greater pleasure than to send my spear straight into you and back, demon.
Dang it.
Computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
See you, fiend.
Yo, lick my shins. Thank you so much for the follow. How's it going? I gotta get this weak effect on this guy. I did good against Minotaur. This guy, I am not doing good against. This dashing combo, it requires too much like close range stuff. You just made it to Hades just to die. That is unfortunate. I don't know if I'm gonna survive this run, honestly. I've lost one of my death defies to like stupid stuff. My boons are bad. And overall, I'm feeling pretty, feeling like I screwed this this build up. But we'll see what actually happens. I'm gonna take my lucky tooth. It's possible that I can regain the last death defy if I get an Athena or whatever, but here I guess I'll take the Eye of Lamia, get some extra health, and alright. What do you do with Ambrosia? You can like gift it to people later in the game. After you like keep gifting them Nectar enough, they want that upgrade, you know? They're like, Nectar's not enough, need that Ambrosia. But it doesn't, you can't really use it for like a long time in the game. It takes quite a bit to advance the story far enough, I guess. Do you not have fishing? Dude, you gotta get fishing. You gotta get fishing. Fishing is critical. No, just kidding. It doesn't really do anything. It's just like you can trade the fish for like extra gemstones and shit. All right, so what kind of cast should I get, right? I think I'm gonna call. I'm gonna try to get the Poseidon call. I feel like the Poseidon call is super good. It's like, hate these guys. One of the best calls in the game. No. Man, I have to say that I absolutely hate these rooms. Where is the freaking water? These rooms just destroy me, dude. I'm so bad at them. So I have this thing where it's like there's synergy with Aphrodite and Ares. So if I get somebody with weak and then I hit them with Doom, it like does a lot more damage or something. But it's quite difficult to like get both of those things. And I feel like there's just too much to concentrate on, and I'm just like doing it badly. I never really use Festive Fog. Oh my god. But maybe I should use it more. Like, people say it's really good. Whew.
I should press on.
Festive Fog Stun is too good for you, the crystal things? That makes sense. Bow is the worst weapon for you? Yeah, I feel like bow is hard, but then it gets like, oh my god. Okay, this is so worthless. No call, dude. No call. This is brutal. There's nothing I can do. I guess I'll take wave pounding because I've got the knockaway on attack. Yo, Noxa, thank you so much for the raid with the party of one. I really appreciate that. How's it going? We are getting wrecked by this bad build in Hades right now. Were you also playing Hades? Okay. Maybe, hopefully I can get a call from this guy.
Pleasure doing business.
No call, dude. What is this? This is crap. This is some total crap. I guess I'll take Razor Shoals. Boons will also rupture if they knock away. I don't know. This is truly, truly bad. I feel like I'm going to get destroyed. I feel like this run might be kind of dead. But we'll see. See if I can hold on. with careful play. Maybe we'll survive. we'll see. For these little rat rooms, I just feel like you just gotta run around and get them with your dash or something. Just to avoid taking pointless damage. I'm just so afraid of their poison. It's like not good. Not good. God damn it. The poison, dude. I'm totally gonna take a death before I get to Hades, aren't I? What if I just take random death or just die to these traps, dude? Just die to the traps. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna still survive. We're gonna still survive somehow. We're gonna do it. We're just gonna play really careful on the boss. We're not playing careful now, but we will by the time we get to Hades. We're totally gonna be fine.
Enough of this place.
Super F. 100% F, and it's also not. Okay, pomegranate seems. Guess I'll take I don't know.
Maybe this way.
I feel like this run is also they're gonna make me do all 5 of them or something. Oh my god, dude. I wish I could just practice these levels. I feel like I'm always terrible at them, and sometimes I just like am fine because the build is good or something. But ideally, I would actually be good at these levels too. Gotta be using my cast more. I don't know why I'm not using this thing. And I have no call. What is this crap? I feel like the game really screwed me over this run. All right. What do we take? I guess we take the leveling up of attack. I'm so dead, dude. There's no chance. We're dead. All right. I've got 338, which gives me enough for either these two. Guess I'll take the extra health.
Here's the fee.
I am 100% dead.
Joyfully, the Hound of Hell accepts.
Just, I don't think that I'm gonna be able to beat Hades given this build and the number of extra lives that I have right now, which is 2.
I can go.
Thanks, lick my shins.
I'm here, Father. Come on.
That heart-seeking bow you wield, it is nothing but a tool for cowards. Boy.
Wow. A tool for cowards. Alright, so I'm gonna hit him with my cast right up front. I'm so dead. Alright, pointless. Just take that for no reason. It's fine.
Excuse me for a moment.
Whoops. Not fast enough. Oh my god.
Your mother already begins to...
Okay. I have good DPS, but I'm just getting... I feel like I'm just not doing good dodges or something. I don't know. If I play really careful, maybe I'll be fine. I don't know. Whoops. Oh my god, I almost just like dodged right into that thing. Dang it. Alright. Maybe I'll be fine. Maybe we're fine. But don't relax. Don't relax. I said don't relax, and then I died. How about that? I gotta keep him weak, you know? I'm not keeping him on weak enough. What was that damage from? That was bullshit.
I won't go back. Perish.
Ouch. Oh god. No, dude. Wow, I was so close. I was on a 3 streak too, that sucks. Oh my god, it feels so bad to lose at the very end of Hades. Feels bad, feels bad. That build sucked.
Damn you, father.
Ah, rip, dude. Big rip. Ah.
You guessed it, Mr. Hypnos. So, have you given any thought to maybe focusing the traffic flow through here a little bit to keep the hallway clearer and oh, I don't know. You know,
Dude, I just think that that was the worst build ever. I don't even know what to do to redeem myself. Can't end on a loss. I know. I really feel like I should go one more, right?
So Orpheus was finally able to reunite with Eurydice.
Is it even possible?
Oh, I've no idea.
Wait, we were so moved? You were there when
Oh god,
Orpheus came to try
spoilers.
and rescue Eurydice.
Story spoilers. Greek mythology spoilers.
I was.
I had no idea.
Oh, just don't even worry about her.
Hey Orpheus, you know I once wrested this bottle of ambrosia from the champions of Elysium, defeating them 2 against 1, just so I could bring it here to you personally?
Please, my friend. I feel I am undeserving of such a relentless show of kindness on your part.
Mate, if that is your wish, then it will be my pleasure to oblige. Though may this gift...
Thank you, my friend.
Orpheus, I know Father appreciates your songs to the...
Almighty Nyx appears to tolerate my presence.
Bond forged, dude.
For she could cast me.
That she is.
So if you can get fishing, then you basically just can go to this dude and trade fish for resources. It's pretty pointless. Pretty pointless.
The unfathomable power of the underworld thrives within you, child.
Thank you, though I've much to learn as yet. Achilles, I've been meaning to ask you about the...
That one Skelly, was it? We only met
Skelly?
when all this business of escape began.
I don't know that that's it.
Perhaps the gods of
Nobody knows where Skelly's from.
Not a concern, just a morbid curiosity.
Alright. Gotta do one more, right? Gotta do one more run. Can't do bow again. We'll just take whatever the darkness thing has.
Yeah, put up your dukes.
Gun? I'm so bad at gun. I feel like I want to do fists. Lick my shin's favorite, right? So we're gonna do the pierced butterfly again and try to take no damage. Find that pretty fun. We'll do tight deadline.
Alright, let's get to work.
So tight deadline just makes it so you have to fight fast, which I think is fun anyway.
Lord Zeus. It is my solemn wish.
Alright. Brand new run, feeling excited. Let's do this one. Special gives a thunderbolt, right? We got that magnetic thing.
The pierced butterfly grows stronger.
Can't do this because we don't have 5. Continue along. We're gonna get, god damn it. I was like, we're gonna get every room, no damage. Then I take damage to a trap. The magnetic cutter is so strong. I'm just like one-shotting everybody. Ooh, give us that dash. Give us that reflect dash. What? Trap Queen? You're just like dying to traps at all times. I guess I'll take Divine Strike. I don't want this. I want the dash. I'll take Bronze Skin. So that I can get a better boon for my attack.
More witches?
This is like the mistake that I made last time. I was just like, I won't take this attack boon. I'm going to wait for a better one. And then I never got a better one. But I'm going to try it anyway because it's just not fun to have a boring attack boon, in my opinion. Okay, you can take gems or keys. I guess I'll go gems. Just doesn't matter. Ah! Taking damage from traps, man. It's our specialty.
Just take that.
Okay. Do I do chaos? Yes.
I can take it.
take it. Give it to me. Alright, so I can get an extra cast. I can do better behind damage. I guess I'll take that one. So I have worse dash range for a while. It seems fine. I feel like the magnetic cutter makes it so that dash range like matters a lot less. Because you're just like crushing people from afar, dude. Crushing them.
Gemstones.
Give me that damage up. All right, give us a better Zeus. Oh, this girl is hard, man. I'm not good at fighting this. Actually, I don't know why I assume she's a girl. It's just like a spirit. Spirits do not have gender. Alright, so I can do a cast lightning, dash lightning, or jolted. I guess I'll take the cast lightning. I like that one a lot. Taking too much early damage with this kind of renders that boon pointless, or the keepsake pointless if you take any damage at all. It would kind of be interesting to think, like, how many rooms does is it like minimally good enough to take it for, you know what I mean? Like, how many rooms minimum do you have to survive damageless to make taking that aspect worth it, or the keepsake worth it? I'll take that. I'll take the Hydrolite.
Heads up.
Nice. Let's get that extra damage. Alright, so now I think my chaos thing works right. If I backstab people, I guess it gives me more damage. Not sure how much that's going to really matter with the magnetic fists, but we'll see. Take the heart. Oh my god, it's so strong. Don't forget your cast. The flubber men? Like those big fat things? I've been thinking of those as like
Hard to see in all that red.
Like drunken like aristocrats.
That's a bite. I caught a knucklehead.
I caught a knucklehead. I don't remember when you unlock fishing. I think it's like you talk to Poseidon more or something. Makes it just like Breath of the Wild, am I right? Or Stardew. Give us that 0 damage, baby.
Charon's shop.
Okay.
Just what I need.
We'll take After using your special, deal 90 damage where you land. That'd be sick. I think that's a really good combo because it's AoE. You pull everybody to you and then you do AoE. I'm gonna take that. That's all I have money for. Let's go. Let's go. Fight some Furies.
I've got a lot to be thankful for, you know, Redblood. Your daddy could have shut you in the lowest pits.
Your daddy could have shut you in the pits.
Perish the thought, Electo. What would you have done with yourself?
I don't know. I mean, before we met.
I feel like I take way too much damage on this fight because I feel like I know it's gonna be over fast, so I just like go wild. But it's probably not the best strat, right? Oh my god. What if I died? Imagine dying to the Furies, dude. Daddy chill. Daddy chill. Do you know that that was staged and fake? It's not, it wasn't even like real. It was literally for a YouTube video. That was like the saddest fact.
Electo failed just as her
I
sister
think we'll
did.
keep the pierced butterfly. I know, it's so sad, but it's definitely true, unfortunately. Okay, we have no money.
Let's go up.
You can find the YouTube video where they do it, and it's just like completely constructed bullshit. Truly sad. Okay, so we still have the pierced butterfly, so we're still trying to take 0 damage. See how it goes. We did it. We did it. Okay, Hermes or... What money earns? You mean the Explodey earns? Should I take the Trove trial to just give me extra health for free? I don't know what to do. I guess I'll do this.
All right, wretches, get to work.
It's just I'm nervous about time, you know, because I'm supposed to... I have the, like, timing thing on, so if I lose... If I'm too slow, then I'll die or something. I don't actually know what happens if you don't go fast enough for that heat level or whatever. Never happened to me.
Useless.
Useless.
All mine.
Okay, do I take Hermes or do I take that's just gonna give me what? I won't take, I would take gold from it. Do I take gold or Hermes? I guess I'll take Hermes. Because I want that extra dash. No, it's the wrong level. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my god, you're right. It's the wrong thing. I screwed up. I completely screwed up. It's the wrong level for that. Oh well. The die is cast. I want the Hermes. You're definitely right. I just got it backwards. I thought it was the first level. I really should have taken her. Oh my god, what am I thinking? Terrible mistake. Terrible mistake, truly. A worthless Hermes boon. Not worth. 0% worth. I feel like this is a pretty good combo so far though, so it's gonna be fine. Okay, we'll take greatest reflex, 3 dashes, hells to the yes. See, that's a good outcome. I love that extra dash stuff. It really is a lifesaver. We have no money, keys, or darkness, doesn't matter. Take darkness.
Who else?
My special is just like overpowered right now. It's so fun. You pull them in, you smack them, and then you AoE them with lightning. It's so good. This game, I just feel like it's so satisfying to play this game.
What do we have here?
Okay, I got an Aphrodite, a heart, or an Artemis. An Artemis is what I wanted last game. Okay, so I can get a dash and a call. I think I'm gonna go for Artemis so I can get the Artemis call. I love the Artemis call, it's so strong. Especially if you level it up. You can kill like a half boss with just a single fully powered call. You don't sleep on Artemis, dude. Artemis is so good. Yes, give me that call, baby. All right.
Better hide.
This is gonna be a good run. Good run. It's feeling good. Anything I don't want? I feel like all this stuff is fine.
What's for sale?
Dang it, took damage.
Useless. Sure.
Look at my shins, keep blowing up the chat. Keep blowing up the chat. Do not go. You're my homie.
The power of the gods.
All right. If we power up our call, we're gonna be, yes. Give us those emotes. Give up those emotes.
Lerny, hiss once if you think you're going to lose. Not yet.
Yeah, the like mega dash, dude, is so good. You gotta have more dashes. It's really pretty good. It really makes the game a lot easier. Lerny is vanquished.
I'll just tuck that away.
Okay, we're gonna...
Keepsakes hold power.
Do we keep it? Do we just keep going with the good? Or do we take money? I feel like we're gonna take money.
Okay.
And then move on. Because I want the, you know, I want to be able to buy some stuff. I feel like I haven't gotten the opportunity. And realistically, probably not going to survive too many of these rooms without taking damage. So I'll take the money. And then the last one we'll do Lucky Tooth. As we like to do because we're bad. I want to get good enough so I don't feel like I have to do Lucky Tooth every time. That'd be sick. Alright. We'll go money. Oh my god, I hate these rooms so much, dude. Are you kidding me? I'm so bad at them. How do you kill these things without... Oh yeah, I can use my cast more. The chariot cards are cute. Yeah, they're cute. I think they're just so annoying though. There's even a boon that, or like a what do you call it? Little mini buy thing that you can get from the fountain that just doesn't spawn them. It's like no flame wheels will spawn for the next 5 encounters, which is like, I mean, the developers know how annoying this enemy is for sure. If they have an item like that you could buy. It's like, it's kind of funny to me. Okay, attack, dash, strike. I guess we'll take... I think I'll take heavy knuckle actually, because I'm not using attack much. I'm mostly using special. All right, here we'll do coin again. We have enough from Hermes at this point. Free coin, free fountain. Very cool. See what we get from Dionysus. This room again.
The mother of all soul catchers.
I'm not sure like how much to focus the eyes that they spawn in this one, you know? It's just like not entirely clear to me. What the optimal strat is. I feel like I'm not doing much DPS in these things for some reason. Not great. Not great.
I'll keep my soul for now, thanks.
So
Okay. Dash. Wait a minute. I don't even have an attack boon yet? So, that's weird. Guess I'll take Drunken Dash?
Cheers to that.
This will be sort of fun. Oh, but I had an Athena. Shit, I should have probably taken... whatever. Probably should have taken Athena for the dash. I feel like at this point in the game I just start taking like insane amounts of damage for no reason. It's like not exactly the best situation.
Delicious.
Okay. Guess I'll take... None of these are particularly good. Guess I'll take extra Drunken Dash damage. Shop. Okay. I guess I'll take this and hope for crits on my attack.
I'll take this one.
Yeah. Okay. Random power up.
Which boons are going to be?
Extra Duncan Dash damage. Oh wait, that wasn't even the final shot. Whoops. Take more money. Thanatos one.
Don't have much time. Let's say we get things started.
Sounds good.
I guess since I'm so low health, I should probably just like let him do all the work or something.
That's quite enough of that. About when we last spoke, I care about you, Thanatos, a lot. Though you asked what you are to me.
I don't know. Sometimes I mean...
To think discussing feelings would be even hard.
Well, if you come...
You too.
Thanatos. It's Thanatos, dude. Spoilers for Greek mythology. Oh god. Why am I just taking deaths for no reason? So this is the last one before. Guess I'll take shop again? I don't know.
Should come in useful.
Lightning Rod is pretty cool. Any damage can be critical. Guess I'll go Lightning Rod. Take this, just get everything. So much money. I feel like I usually want even more because I want to be able to buy everything in the last shop.
Undeserving fiend, all which you think you have achieved was merely handed you.
Now if I just keep them close to these cast crystals and they just like take damage, which is pretty cool, I feel like. Good way to do free damage.
You and me, King.
I'm gonna try to get a greater call kill, which I feel like is always pretty satisfying. Just need a little bit more damage, I guess. I guess it's not even necessary, but there we go. Okay.
There's my shade.
Hopefully, we will not totally die
Seems I had best
on
prepare
Hades
myself
now,
at this rate.
or the previous levels. Oh yeah, I also am missing. I'm missing a Deathify, dude. Just for no reason. Lost a Deathify. Truly brutal. Yeah, yeah. How are your runs going, like mushins? Take the Athena, because Athena can restore a Deathify, which is pretty nice, I think. You'll get it. Just keep on trying. It took me like 6 or 7 times at Hades before I beat Hades the first time. I think it's just a really hard fight. I feel like the difficulty curve is actually also weird because it's like the game is like not that bad, but then Hades is this huge difficulty spike for no reason. Well, what happens for you is going to be different from what's happening for me, unfortunately. You're going to get a cooler thing than I'll get. But I think it's good because you don't want those spoilers. Yeah, that second phase is a killer, right?
Olympus, I accept this message.
Okay, well I can't regenerate my Deathify, which is sad, but that's fine. After I take damage, deflect. Guess I'll take that one. No, I usually just do as soon as, I mean, I just want to find the last one and then I quit immediately. Because they're so hard. I hate these chambers. This is like the worst part of the game for me. It's so unpleasant and difficult. These stupid things I absolutely hate. They're also disgusting. Do not poison me, you nasty rat. Unbelievable. These rat chambers. Yay!
CTAS already.
Okay. Let's do a... What do I buy? I've got 463. I could get either this one or both of these. I honestly feel like I want this.
Why not?
Upgrade my cast. And then I'll take... What do I take? Do I want Hangover? So the more expensive palms are like, they're gonna be at 2 double level up. And then I think the more expensive boon is guaranteed to be rare, yeah. I think, I don't really know. I think I'll take lightning. After using call, you deal more damage for 15 seconds. I think I'll take lightning reflexes, okay. Let us fish. Let us fish. A delicious fish. A scuffer.
It's a scuffer, all right.
Cerberus,
I can go. I'm going to get you back for last time, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you back, Daddy.
You might arrive right about now.
Daddy. Love to just take damage right off the bat. It's truly the dream.
To me, riches. Destroy my kin and an eternal torment to you who speak of this.
Why don't you tell your loyal subjects to stay out of this?
Nowhere to hide from me.
I do like that he just gets struck by lightning for no reason just by being next to my cast. It's not like that much damage, but I think it definitely helps.
Not finished then.
Let's see you deal with this.
Oh, hi. Remember me?
This is definitely a much easier build than the last one, which was terrible. Got the extra dashes. I'm really quite set up this time around. Maybe before I die, but hopefully not. I always just use too many freaking deaths. I'm just like bored. I'm like, let me just like stand right next to him and kill him. And I use all my lives up.
Once.
But GG.
Yes. In my father's name.
25:45. That's pretty fast. Pretty fast. Getting up to the 4 heat. I don't know. That run wasn't, I mean, like, it was fine. I want some sick combos, dude. I want to get some sick combos. All right, let me get my reward here. And then do the boring ending. That you will get a better ending if you're playing this for the first time.
Even satyrs possess the sheer, ferocious power of a startled mountain goat.
I die to a mountain goat. Super cool. Funny ending, right? Pretty great.
Wonder if I can get out even faster.
Okay. Well, I think that's gonna do it for me, folks. Thank you so much for hanging out and watching me play Hades, Lick My Shins, and Faust. Really appreciate it. Probably gonna stream, so let's see. I actually might even stream tomorrow because my girlfriend is gonna be on a long biking trip and I'll be all alone with nothing to do. Maybe I will stream. We will just have to see, but hopefully I'll do one this weekend. I didn't do one last weekend. I want to get back into the weekend thing because it's so fun. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.